Brand, let me tilt this monitor up some. Give me a minute to get the other platforms going, and we'll go ahead and start. You can kind of see what we're talking about based on what's on the screen behind me, but um, man, we living in some we're living in some tough times. I want to get the opinion of some of my MAGA viewers. I'm sure it will be different than mine. Nevertheless, we're going to make it happen momentarily. So let me get the other live streams going, and we'll be here. Assuming everything works. I haven't been in the sweatshop for a couple of days. So okay, well, we're going to be talking about cruelty. I'm not even going to mince words here. We're going to be talking about actual cruelty, and I'm questioning whether we're favoring a mistreatment of human beings, just really indulging and taking pleasure in treating people like shit. What the hell did I just do here? Okay, there we go. There we go. Want to make sure I just get all my ducks in a row here before we start the program off. I appreciate you folks that are starting to tune in on YouTube. We should be live in a moment or so here, another minute. Not even a minute. I just want to make sure I get my settings and parameters straight. I'm getting YouTube horizontal going. That's what I'm doing right quick here. I think everything's set. And if so, we'll go ahead and start it up. Let me make sure everything goes there right. Okay. And it should go. All right. Okay. All right, folks. Good evening. Real quick here. Go ahead and activate. We're going to be on TikTok and Instagram live. So for you folks on YouTube, if you want to call into the show, Instagram live and TikTok is where we're at. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Welcome to the show. I'm going to ask right off the bat. You see what's on the monitor behind me? There are no shortage of folks every time. Let me add the Y. I said ever, but let me add the Y. Every time you see something happening, you're like, damn, that just seems like it's cruel. That just seems like it's wrong to do that to another human being. When you see this on social media, the overwhelming response from folks on the right in the comment section of any video you see on TikTok, or whether you see it on Instagram or YouTube or some other platform, that's what we voted for. That's what you generally see in the comments coming from the right anytime you see something that looks what the left might refer to as cruel. That's what we voted for. In other words, we voted for him to do this. So, what I want to ask you folks right off the bat is, did we indeed vote for cruelty? You see the monitor behind me states cruelty is the point. Was that the point of electing Donald J. Trump for a second term? We need a president to get in there, and whether it's secure this great nation, whether it's secure the border, whether it is to correct the trade imbalance, we need somebody that's going to go in there and do some cruel shit to get things back on track. Cruelty being the point. So I do want to ask that question. Did we vote intentionally for cruelty? And I'm not just making that up. I'm not some crazy deranged liberal just throwing that out there. And I do understand a hell of a lot of you folks see me as a deranged liberal. No problem with that at all. You know, I enjoy the criticism. But I'm just simply telling you, you look at any video, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Clapper, Lemon, you name it. If any video that features something being done to someone that's cruel, I'm talking about whether it is federal employees getting fired and crying about losing their jobs. I'm talking about USAID folks suggesting that children will starve internationally. You know, folks that were normally getting HIV treatment and things like that. All of that will end. Obviously, immigrants being stuck in foreign prisons. In the comment section on any video discussing any of this stuff, you often see folks that supported Trump, talking about my beloved MAGA, stating that is what we voted for. So I'm asking flat out, did we vote for cruelty? That's just a simple question. Did we vote for cruelty? So we're going to talk about that. I do want to ask you, this is coming straight out of a quote from Benjamin Franklin. The quote is, better to let 100 guilty men go free than to let one innocent person suffer. Now, I'm going to split that statement up in two halves. The first half being better to let 100 men get away than to let one person suffer. So taking it, let me just rephrase that rather. The adverse of that statement, as opposed to saying better to let 100 guilty men go free than to let one innocent person suffer, would probably, if you reversed it, it would be better to let one person suffer than to let 100 guilty men go free. Which one do you agree with the most? Making sure the guilty men face justice, or making sure innocent folks are not wrongfully punished? I think you know why I'm asking that. That is a quote from Benjamin Franklin, by the way. Better to let 100 men go free than to let one innocent person suffer. Which one do you believe our entire system should focus more on? Making sure the guilty face justice, or making sure the innocent are never wrongfully punished? You know exactly why I'm asking it. So we're going to talk about that as well. Also, have you seen, these are floating around all over TikTok. Wow, who the hell just did that? Denkel. Shout out to you, Denkel. Thank you for starting it out right. Appreciate that support. Thank you. I also want to bring this into you. And thank you for that, Denkel. This here, you may have seen some of these videos. I'm going to give you one. This one is about, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but you'll get what it's about really quick. These are being done AI, artificial intelligence. You're seeing them all over TikTok, but they are on YouTube and things like that as well. But these are videos featuring members of either the American public or predominantly the Trump administration.
Remember the good old days when kids held jobs? When a work ethic was something we learned young? Before the left crippled us with regulations saying we can't do this and we can't do that. And when a salary was your real allowance. We got soft people, too soft and too woke.
Mister, can we get down now?
Please. That's why I am introducing the SWEAT Act, Small Workers Earning Adult Treasure. Thanks to Florida Republicans, kids can finally work like they used to. All those fun and undesirable low-wage jobs, they are open now. Smell that? That's the sweet smell of success. 10-hour shifts? Love it. No more bedtime. There's a shift to cover. It's time for kids to be domestics. Or how about
no more bedtime? There's a shift to cover. Now, this video is about 2 minutes long, but you've probably seen these sweatshop videos all over TikTok in particular, because they're coming out of China, by the way. They're coming out of China. I'm going to ask you flat out, and I'll play this one here featuring MAGA, but I won't have to. I'll turn the sound down. We'll talk right over it, but this also features a bunch of MAGA hat-wearing factory workers working in a sweatshop as well. I want to ask you folks, is it wrong for China to literally troll President Trump? Now, I'm going to assume we're probably going to lose TikTok at the end of that extension, whatever the hell it is, because it's pretty clear China is not buying into Trump's bluff. They clearly are not afraid of President Trump. Not only did they not bend to any of his tariffs, they're now trolling him online, posting videos like this, starting to show American workers in sweatshops. You just seen the previous one featuring children doing all sorts of jobs with President Trump promoting putting kids to work. So that is what we're talking about here. Is it wrong for China to do these videos and troll our commander in chief? So we'll talk about that. Last but not least, we're going to go into Garcia again. You already know, what is it, Armando Garcia, whatever I can't think of his first name again. But you know who I'm talking about. The immigrant that's making all the news. He's the one that's down in the notorious Supermax prison down there in El Salvador. I'm asking a simple question. Why the hell won't we bring this guy back? Remember, we're talking about cruelty. Why won't we bring this guy back when we're admitting that he was sent there by mistake? I mean, I don't think there's anyone here, and maybe I'm wrong. You can certainly tell me in the comments if that's the case, but I don't think there's anyone here that truly believes that a master negotiator, an alleged master negotiator like President Trump cannot get this guy back. Because that's what we're being told. Excuse me. We're being told that he's been deported and we have no way to retrieve him. And Trump is telling us that while literally sitting next to the guy. Kilmar Garcia, is that what it is? Kilmar Garcia, is that what the name is? I want to make sure I don't want to butcher his name. I know there's a middle name to it, but we'll just go with Kilmar Garcia. But Trump is saying he can't get the guy back. Is there anybody that actually believes that? Anybody believes that? Trump is an alleged master negotiator. He's brought folks back from North Korea. He's brought folks back from Russia. And we have a much better relationship diplomatic-wise with El Salvador. But he's telling us he cannot get this guy back. Is there anyone that believes that? And we'll certainly go into a negotiation on whether or not you think this guy is alive to begin with. So that is what our program is going to cover tonight. You know, we don't block, ban, or censor. We are MAGA friendly, been that way since day one, always will remain so. We go left of Bernie Sanders till I'm having a dinner with Q. Everyone gets to speak. You can be critical of anyone on the program, including yours truly. That's how free speech works. So looking straight in the comments, and by the way, feel free to start tapping the screen. And if you want, share it live. I'd appreciate that. Looking right off in the comments, why not? We've been profiting off of China's sweatshops for years. Well, so what are you suggesting? That it's okay for China to troll our commander-in-chief? Kilmar is dead, says K.O. Surge. So you do believe he's deceased? Kilmar is dead. Bukele does organ harvesting. Okay, so he's saying that the individual pictured on the monitor behind me is deceased due to his suggestion that the president of El Salvador harvest organs. I don't know about the latter part. I would be more inclined to believe he lost his life than his organs were harvested. Wow. That would be quick, by the way, too. The guy's only been down there for a few weeks. They've already done that? You think so? Can we get him back? Yes. Does he want to? No. You know, and that's, like I said, I'm asking the question, did we vote for cruelty? You're going to leave this guy in a maximum security facility, potentially for the rest of his life. Let me just, before I go to the first caller, let me make something clear, folks. These are the conditions in this prison. 82 men to a cell. That's why every time you see the photos, they're all crowded in there together. They literally put 82 men in one cell. They do not sleep on mattresses. They sleep straight on the metal you see here, pictured here. That's why every time you see them, they're crowded like that. 82 men to a cell. They sleep on the pure metal. They never turn the lights out. There are no windows. They get zero time outside. So they're indoors all their life. They don't even get a book to read. And according to what I've read, they're not allowed to really talk to each other either. So it's like a zombie processing factory. No books, no time outside, no mattresses, none of that. None of that at all. And they likely will never get out. probably due to the fact that they are completely out of their fucking minds and mentally ill, and certainly far more of a danger to society coming out than they probably would have been going in. Now, this guy entered America illegally. We're talking about Garcia. Entered America illegally, but that does appear to be his only crime. He has no criminal history in El Salvador or America. And we sent him into that environment. And we have the ability to get him out, and we're choosing to leave him in. I'm asking once again before I start taking the callers, did we vote for cruelty? Because there's a hell of a lot of MAGA that want him to stay there. Going straight to the box, we'll bring up the one and only gangster, really gangster grandma. Starting out, good evening, welcome to the program. Did we vote for cruelty? What say you? Hey.
Yeah, no, I didn't vote for that shit. No, I did it. I'm on the right side of history. The maggots did. The maggots are about racist and stuff. They don't want his ass back because they know he's racist. He's a racist piece of shit. They don't want no brown people here. That kid, he came here when he was a kid. He had no criminal history, none.
Yeah, he came here in 2011 at age 16. And yeah, I mean, he's been here since 2011. So he's been there for 14 years and he has no criminal history over all of that time.
None.
Yet they're calling him, not only are they calling him a gangbanger, they refer to him as a terrorist.
Okay, let me tell you, the maggots, if you're not white tea, and you're not, the coonettes, the black maggots, they want to be white so bad. If you're not one of them, honey, you're the enemy. You're the enemy. You know what I mean?
So you're suggesting that MAGA sees all non-whites as the enemy?
Yeah. Why do you think? Why do you think so bad? Why do you think that they're not trying to get that kid back?
Well, they want.
I mean?
Well, MAGA suggests that they're okay with immigrants. They just want you to come here legally.
No. If that's the truth, then why are they sending legal immigrants away? Why?
Well,
why are they doing that? Why are they doing that? If it's not about color, then why are they doing that? Come on now.
Well, the legal immigrants they're sending away, they're suggesting that they're gang members, they're terrorists, they have criminal records.
Anybody that's black and brown, we're gang members, okay? We thugs, okay?
So because keep in mind the Hispanic community voted quite well for President Trump. If he was
all. Do not say all. A lot of Mexicans did not vote for him. A lot of Mexicans did not vote for him. The ones that voted for him, the Cubans and the Venezuelans, because they're all used to all that bullshit. They think they white. But no, Pookies, they're coming for them too.
Well, I'll just say it like this. When it comes to Hispanic males, covering all of the different countries, Trump won the Hispanic male vote.
Because let me tell you about the black and Hispanic males. They have no education, okay? They have no education. They slow. They want to fit in where they can get in, okay? So they think the white man is going to they're going to kiss the ring to the white man, thinking they're going to get white. But honey, boo-boo, they're not going to raise the potato salad and shit. They're not going to go to that barbecue.
You and this potato salad be killing me.
Hey, honey, I seen some shit today. I'm like, damn, I couldn't eat it. I went straight vegetarian. I sure did today.
Papa, but listen to this, because I'm listening to you speak. In fact, everybody's listening to you. Papa Naya Shelley says, this lady sounds white. She's cosplaying.
Tell the bitch this. Don't ever think about. Don't call my out saying I'm not black, because my mom and my dad's dark as you, and they are Dominican. They're dark as you. I'm light skinned. My brother is a little darker than me, so they kiss my fucking black ass. Okay.
All right. Fair enough.
And you go see my kids. My kids came out darker than me.
So
mine comes in every shade, baby. That's why they hate us. And we don't go out there and we don't burn like that. Okay, I get dark as hell. I don't burn. Unfortunately, the white tea man, they look like strawberries. Okay? Not my black ass. Shit, I get toasted.
Well, let me getting back on track. Is it possible, even a little bit, that maybe what Trump is doing, although it appears harsh, is doing what he believes is best for this country, whether it's our
he's
borders?
a racist piece of shit. He's a fascist. He wants to be another you know who, Germany. That's what he wants to be. And he's bringing the United States down. And then he got his little maggots right there. That, oh my God. You know, he is going against the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court told them to bring that kid back. And guess who's going to go down there to try to bring him back?
I saw that. Some Democrats are going down. A Democrat is going down.
Democrats are going down there to get the baby back. Unfortunately, you know, the maggots ain't going to do all that. You know, the maggots don't got a backbone. They won't go after him.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of MAGA not having a backbone. They don't want the guy back. They suggest he has no.
Racist pieces of shit. I'm talking about the so-called GOP, the Republicans. They don't have a backbone. They're just all up on it. They're bobbing on him.
Well, he does. Well, officially, he does not have a legal right to be in this country, though.
He was going for asylum. He had asylum. Yes, he did have every legal right. Yes, he did.
Okay, he has every legal right to claim and file an asylum case. He doesn't.
And he did.
Okay,
and he was doing it. He had a lawyer and everything. He was doing everything he was supposed to. So you know what? You know what will get me? Why don't we send the white tea people back? Why don't we send these sorry asses back? They're the ones that came to this country, gave the Native Americans all kinds of diseases, and slaughtered their asses. Why do you think why do you think that the Native Americans don't celebrate Thanksgiving? Because they got slaughtered by their sorry asses. Why don't we send their white tea asses back? Because this ain't their damn country.
Yeah. But you do understand now that we are in control of this country. We have the right to reject.
Who is we? Who is we?
You and I.
Your black ass ain't in control. It's the white tea man. The little, I can't say his name. That he's the one that's trying to control. And I'm so proud of China. I am so proud of China. China said, fuck you, fuck everything about you. I'm coming for that ass. And they're trolling him. They took Boeing, the plane and stuff. They took their parts and stuff. They're telling him to go fuck himself with his own little people.
Are you gangster grandma? It almost sounds, and let me know if I'm wrong on this, but it almost sounds like your hatred of Trump is so strong you would rather root for a foreign country than your own leader.
I'll root for anybody that goes against that motherfucker. Yeah, I sure will. You know what? He's doing everything fucked up.
You do realize
if he didn't do all this bullshit, then I'd be cool beans.
You do realize what you're doing is kind of like a mental case of treason. You're rooting for other nations over your own. You do. That's not
what he's doing to us. He's sending people to foreign fucking countries that don't deserve it. He wants to send our fucking asses over there. Did you hear what he said? He said he wanted to deport United States Americans. And let me tell you something. If you think, and I'm telling everybody this, if you think you're fucking safe, you're not. They did it to the Japanese Americans. They blocked their asses up. What do you mean they won't do it to us again?
Well, he did say he's talking about very violent American criminals.
Well, you know what? That kid wasn't violent. Look what he did to him.
Well,
nobody
he said.
is fucking safe.
Well, he is saying that Garcia is a terrorist, though.
People can say what the fuck. They can call me I don't know. They can call me a bluey, a crip. Okay? They can call me a crip. They have to prove the shit, bitch. I'll do a crip walk on front of your ass. Yeah, prove that I'm a crip.
Okay, so you're stating that you believe Trump might actually be willing to send Americans elsewhere with no proof.
Duh. He wants to be a fucking, what is that shit called? He wants to be a dictator. He told us from the fucking beginning he was going to be a damn dictator. But you know what, the little maggots, he's not going to do that. The prices of eggs is going to go lower. The gas is going to go lower. Our groceries go lower. No, bitch, look what he's doing.
I got a lot of
everybody.
I hear your criticism, but I got a lot of folks who will tell you right now, Trump 2.5.
I don't give a fuck what MAGA gotta tell me.
I'm talking.
The proof is in the pudding.
That's what I'm talking about, Gangsta Grandma. If you ask MAGA, Trump's performance so far is stellar. We're talking an A+ right now.
So the offer, the tariffs, 143. Do you know how much television's gonna cost? Do you know how much a car's gonna cost?
I
Those
get that.
mofos.
I
Those
get. Hold on.
mofos can't afford nothing. They bitch about cheese, for God's sake.
I mean, I get the I get the price of goods and services may go up some, but what about the notion that we've had a trade imbalance for decades and somebody had to do it?
This is what the IQ of these motherfuckers are. The ones that they didn't tariff the shit out of us. We bought a lot from them. So it made our trade uneven. We took more from them than they took from us. So it made it look like it was bad, but it's not. See, people need to go do economics 101 or go do some kind of damn college. Because these little mofos don't know shit what they saying. They didn't tariff the shit out of us. We're doing it now to them.
No chance at all that Trump's tariffs may actually be good for America?
For real?
I'm just gonna. Okay, let me just ask you flat out: Do you just blindly hate the man? You know, people say if he cured cancer, are you one of those who would hate him no matter what?
I can't stand the man that's a racist. I can't stand the man that won't even own up to nothing he does. I can't stand him that he put C on fucking paperwork because he wouldn't rent to us black folks. He is a racist. He was born a racist. His daddy was a racist. He doesn't even know what being poor is. Fifi. Where does he ever been? He's been with a silver spoon in his fucking mouth. He got away with the shit. Now he let his little maggots thinking that he's God's gift to United States. He's his orange Jesus. And now look, what a fucked up situation. And a lot more people's going to get hurt by it. I didn't sign up for this shit. A lot of people didn't sign up for it. And we'll go down with the Titanic along with all them asses.
With so many people saying that Trump is doing a good job, why are you saying we're going to go down like the Titanic?
What doing a good job on? Please tell me what the fuck he's doing a good job on.
Well, you don't believe he's securing the border? I certainly believe he's doing a better job than Biden.
Okay, let me tell you, you motherfucker, I can't with you mofos. I really fucking can't. You guys, he's securing the border. The border's never been closed, you pookies. You fucking ray-rays. Never been closed. You cannot close the goddamn border. Oh yeah, cuz you cannot. And then Biden, Sleepy Joe, had more encounters than he has. Okay?
Yeah, because
okay, pookies?
Biden had more encounters than Trump because people knew Biden would sleep at the wheel. They know Trump is awake.
He caught their asses. He caught their asses and sent them fucking back. Read it up. I mean, don't Google. It's fucking free. That's a search engine. He took them. But you know what he did, though? He gave them the due process, okay? He sent their asses back to where the fucking country they came from. But he did it with due process.
Are you really suggesting that Biden did just as well at border security as Trump?
He got better. Look at it.
No one
look at it, because you got your fifi, because you sew up Megan's ass, Pookie, that you don't see the real thing. He did more crossings.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you something. First of all, even the liberals don't believe what you just stated about Biden being better at the border than Trump.
Look at the statistic every month. Every fucking month he had more border encounters than Donald Trump. If Donald Trump has less than border encounters, there's more people coming in without being caught. Biden had more. Go look the shit up. Google's free.
Gangster Grandma, I'll tell you this. Gangster Grandma, even the immigrants themselves say that Biden, it was easier to get in under Biden than Trump. They're even saying that.
Okay. You know what? Everybody blames Biden. Biden. This was going on since fucking damn Reagan and Clinton and all that. Get the fuck out of here. Both sides don't want to do shit.
Well, you're right. It's been going on since Reagan and before. But guess who was doing something? But guess who was doing something about it right now? Number 47.
He's not doing shit because why is the lower boarding crossings? Why is the lower boarding crossings? Why is there? Because they're not doing it.
I think that
he don't really give a fuck. He just wants to bring all that he wants to do. You notice not one white tea person is getting deported. Russians not getting deported. Only the Pakistanis, only the black Haitians, only who else? The
There's
Mexican,
been,
all the
I
Latinos.
will disagree with you because I did a video. There are a few whites that have been deported. It's nowhere.
Dude, oh my fucking God. You want a goddamn cookie?
How
You
about
want a cookie?
I send you a hat to calm down? I gotta move it on, but how about a MAGA
Oh,
hat?
hell no. You got me fucked up. I would never touch one of those little, nah. You know, see, I'm not like you. You know, I'm not fake. I'm not thinking I'm gonna go up on their fucking lives and say, you know what, I respect you. You know what, we could come to some kind of agreement. No, bitch, they're fucking with our freedom, okay? Those little two clowns that you got in the background, they're fucking with our freedom.
Wait. How is MAGA, as a U.S. citizen, how is MAGA, quote unquote, fucking with your freedom? In what way?
Well, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
I'm just trying to get clarity.
Look what they're doing. Look, the only school that's going head to head is Harvard. They're trying to take everything out of the fucking system, the school. Oh no, God fucking forbid the white teen motherfucking kids learn about slavery. Oh my fucking God. You know what? If a damn white teen kid feels fucking bad because their fucking sorry ass ancestors did that, give them a goddamn fucking cookie. Okay? Give them a fucking cookie. They came and they slaughtered the Native Americans, okay? Give them a goddamn cookie. They don't want the white tea kids or anybody to feel so bad for what their ancestors did. Well, you should have told the goddamn ancestors to leave that shit alone, okay?
All right. I gotta move it on.
I'm just being fucking real.
I gotta move it. Speaking of being real, Mr. Realistic in the comments says, I think I want to date Gangsta. I love a crazy woman.
Let me tell you, I'm being honest to God. You say I hate white people. I don't. I hate the maggots. I don't even like the brown white tea. I don't like them because they want to get close to white and it's so goddamn bad that they're gonna suck his damn ding-a-lingy and thinking they're gonna be white. Okay, I don't like the black niggas, but my dad's a fucking black man, and I can't stand they sorry asses because they're fucking sellouts. They sold us and threw us on a damn fucking bus. So no, I don't like none of these fucking sorry asses. I don't give a damn what color they is. They're a maggot, they're a fucking maggot. They ain't going to my damn barbecue. So I know how to season my damn fucking food with. I don't put no damn raisins in my damn potato salad. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not spoiled ass mayonnaise neither. I ain't no damn saltine. Over here talking shit about my fucking ass.
Gangsta grandma,
I cannot, but you know what though? This is my last thing. Please, let me tell you something. You gotta stand up to those sorry asses. Because you know why? They threw all of us underneath the fucking bus. We got 4 fucking years of this shit. We not even make it for the fucking 4 years. People thinking these tariffs are gonna be good. No, they're gonna bring us fucking down. The depression was not good.
I agree. All right, Gangsta, I do got to move it on.
I gotta go roll a blunt. But you have a good night. They can't afford that.
Wow.
You have a good one.
You too. Wow. I almost need to have I need to wipe the sweat off. She makes me work. I enjoy talking against the grandma, but she don't take it easy on me at all, as you may have seen. Looking in the comments real quick, Will G says Biden deported more people than Trump. I don't see any issue with that, but the fact is a lot more people came under the Biden administration than Trump. So I would assume there would have been more people to deport than Trump. But I don't think, because Trump is going in the country and sending people out. Biden wasn't doing that. When you say that Biden deported more people than Trump, I'm assuming is people probably getting turned away at the border. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I believe it's probably people getting turned away at the border. I don't think the Biden administration was going into major cities and literally arresting people and kicking them out like Trump did, like Trump has been doing so far. I think that Trump will surpass that. Also, too, I'm assuming when you're comparing Biden to Trump, you're comparing their first terms. Trump's second term is different because he has a hell of a lot more power than he did the first term. So my guess is at the end of Trump's second term, he will have deported a whole lot more people just on his second term alone than Biden did, because he is going in the country. And I mean, think about all the folks, the temporary protected status, when he got rid of that, a lot of student visas, all of that's deportations. I mean, he's doing that stuff in wide swaths. You're talking hundreds of thousands of people being done at one time. So he certainly is going to surpass Biden probably this second go round. Anyhow, tap the screen, Get the likes on up to 50,000, THOU. You know what we always say. I'm asking that question flat out. Did we vote for cruelty? We got a man down in El Salvador. Now, he's not an American. I'm not going to pretend like he is. He had no official right to be in America in terms of a green card or residency or any of that. He was trying to stay here. Trump has ended that. But we're talking about taking someone who did not have an official right to be in America and sending him to probably one of the worst prisons on the planet. Do you think he deserves that for being here? Did we vote for cruelty is what I'm asking you folks. That's what we're talking about. Looking in the comments, Trump is destroying Black history. You know, I'm hearing enough to indicate that there may be some truth to that. That, you know, things are being targeted. I heard today the Naval Academy removed books by Angela Mayo but left Mein Kampf in there. There's no defense for that. I mean, there does appear to be some validity to that. It really does too. Yes, Republicans voted for this. They fell hook, line, and sinker for his rhetoric. No, I don't think they fell hook, line, and sinker. I think it's what they wanted. I think that the Republicans wanted the immigrants to be deported out of this country by any means necessary. If cruelty was involved, then cruelty has to happen. Going back to the box, we'll go straight to MAGA Reacts. Good evening, MAGA. We're talking about cruelty. Now, you're a Trump supporter. Did you vote for cruelty intentionally?
No, but I don't think he's trying to be cruel.
Leaving a man in one of the most notorious prisons after admitting you sent them there by accident. You don't see no cruelty in that at all?
I mean, this is like a weird ass case. The more I read about it, the more I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
What have you seen that's weird about it?
Well, right now, last time I talked to you, you told me that he was seeking asylum from his government, which is not true at all. He was seeking asylum from MS-13 because supposedly they were threatening his family and shit.
Yeah, he's seeking asylum from his country, not his government. He doesn't want to go back to El Salvador because MS-13, the gang that they're claiming he's part of, was threatening to take his life. That's what he's seeking asylum for. Now, his asylum claim was denied, but somehow, due to Trump, he's in one of the most notorious prisons. Why is there so many MAGA that favors leaving him in that prison?
I honestly don't favor that part. I think he should be released in El Salvador, but keep him in El Salvador. I don't even know why El Salvador is keeping one of their own citizens in prison if he hasn't committed any crime. So
that's what we're talking. That's why we're talking. That's why we're talking cruelty, Mag. I mean, you're talking a prison where
that's El Salvador being cruel, not us.
Well,
they're citizen.
Yeah, El Salvador is being cruel, not us. But if we're sending people to that prison, and Trump is joking around about even sending American criminals there as well, how are we not involved in the cruelty?
Look, I don't debate what ifs, man. I hate debating what ifs.
It ain't a what if, he said it. It ain't a what if, he actually came out and said it.
No, like, he hasn't done it, though. He hasn't done it. It's a what if because he hasn't done it. We don't know if he's serious or bullshitting or using it as some sort of diversion or...
So he might be bullshitting about cruelty. So he might be bullshitting about being cruel.
I mean, he bullshits about being cruel all the time. I mean, if he hasn't done, like,
give me another example.
All the shit the left claim he wants to do.
Give me another example of how he bullshitted about being cruel.
Well, he hasn't invaded Greenland. He hasn't invaded Canada. He hasn't deported the entire country. Wasn't he supposed to be deporting grandmas? He was trying to deport MS-13, and one of them, one out of like 300, happened to be maybe a mistake.
Oh, he's definitely deported some grandmas. I can tell you that absolutely has happened. He has deported some grandmas.
That was definitely not gangster, definitely not racist grandma that what you were talking to before. She's definitely...
How is gangster grandma racist?
What do you mean? She's fucking talking shit about all kinds of Mexicans and Cubans, and she's calling them stupid and all kinds of shit. She insulted every fucking race. Did you not listen to the same fucking thing that
I'm listening. I'm listening to it. She just had a little bit of an opinion on. She believes that you guys are
all the Spanish people that voted for Trump are stupid and all kinds of racist shit.
Yeah, but you don't. I mean, you guys, you never heard of the term libtard? Isn't that the same way MAGA talks?
Yeah, but we call the entire left libtard. We don't go like race by race and call everybody a libtard. She meant race by race.
No, because
she got very specific to the fucking region of the.
No, she admitted that she don't like the colored people that vote for Trump either. She cleared that up at the end. She said even them I don't like because they sell out.
Well, you don't like colored people, that makes you racist. Isn't that how it works?
I don't know. I don't know if you quite heard what she was saying because it doesn't sound like you're saying the same thing she said.
What do you mean? She went race by race. She got like this is.
She doesn't like MAGA. She doesn't like. I don't care if you related to her. She's not going to like MAGA. It's.
But you asked her why are these people voting for Trump, and she didn't say. She said specifically because
they want to be white.
Stupid. Yeah, that's why they voted for Trump. That's exactly her words.
Yeah.
These people are misogynist and they're whatever and whatever. She went down a whole list of slurs and things that are wrong with these, colored people, and that's why they voted for Trump. She didn't say they're those things because they voted for Trump. She says they're stupid first, and that's why they voted for Trump. You get if she said, I don't like them because they voted for Trump, I don't understand. But she said they're stupid, and that's why they voted for Trump. I mean, she thinks they're all stupid.
I don't see anything different. I don't see anything different. The
majority voted for Trump.
Yeah, I don't see any difference between stupid and a libtard. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. I mean, right?
Well, I didn't call her racist. When we call the left libtards, it has nothing to do with the race.
No, but you got the right singles out different races as well. I mean, it's anytime you see an African American, hold on. Anytime you see an African American committing a crime on social media, whether it's YouTube or TikTok, look in the comments. The usual suspects. It's in their culture. The same shit is happening. There ain't Democrats typing that stuff in there. I mean, the right does. I get what you're saying, but it's not like the right don't do that as well.
I mean, that's just random people. I mean.
Random Republicans. Them are not Biden. Them are not Kamala Harris voters typing that stuff in there.
Examples of everything. There's an example like that for everybody. But in general, when we talk or we do stuff, we keep it general. We don't go down and list all the races like Cuban, Mexican. She went down the whole list of every nationality there was and explained how they're beneath her because because he called them names and they said because they're this, they voted for Trump.
All right, well we'll move on, but I see we'll move on, but she's trolling you with baby bottles in the comment. But anyway,
she don't give a fuck.
Yeah, she said you're crying. But anyway, what I want to. Okay.
I'm laughing.
All right, so let's get back to the actual topic. Why the hell won't Trump bring this guy back home or something? This guy has a wife. He has a child. He's married to an American woman.
That part bothers me a lot.
Trump promised to get rid of rapists and murderers. Why? This is not the poster child for the people he claimed that we needed to get out of this country. This guy has even his union speaking up, stating that this is a working man. He's in a union. He's been here since he was 16. He's 30, and he has no criminal history. He does not fit any of the narrative in terms of poisoning the blood of this country and vermin. He's not that. He's the kind of guy who you would assume should get citizenship.
Yeah, I'm surprised why doesn't he have his citizenship if he's married to an American? He should be a citizen. I don't get why he hasn't.
Because of what the folks have been complaining about all along. When you say don't come here illegally, come legal. Coming legal takes a long ass time. I mean, he has been trying. He has court cases and everything. He was regularly visiting immigration officers and everything. He's on paper. They knew where he lived. They knew where he worked. He does not fit any of the narrative of what, and keep in mind, the Trump administration has referred to him as a terrorist. Do you believe they're lying to you or telling you the truth?
Well, if they believe he's MS-13, then he's technically a terrorist. It's a technicality thing. They're not
MAGA. He's been in the country since he was 16. He has no criminal record. His union is speaking on him. Does that sound like an MS-13 member? I mean, no criminal history, and he's been around for. You've been in the gang all these years, and you have not a single arrest in regards to that. Does that make sense?
Listen, I agree with you. It's just how our stupid system works is the problem.
Is it not possible? Is it not remotely
like he's overriding other shit? But
is it not remotely possible, at least to some level, that maybe they're just fucking lying about this guy?
I mean, how are they lying? Like
saying he's MS-13. That might not be true.
I mean, it could be. It could be that he's lying, but he's already in El Salvador.
No.
El Salvador.
Is it possible the Trump administration may be lying about him?
I agree with you. They're probably lying about his status. Although I don't have all the facts, but from what I've been able to look up, I don't see anything to prove otherwise.
Have you seen anything?
In El Salvador, his own country is screwing him over, not us.
Well, the thing about it is we knew his country would do that, and we could get that guy out of jail. I think you admitted that yesterday when we talked. I mean, even if Trump just... Go ahead.
I mean, it's one of those things where I believe Trump could do anything, and that's why he could do it, but he also can't because this is not his country. Like, but anything's possible is what I'm saying.
We're paying... We're literally paying that guy, paying the president of El Salvador to house this guy. We're giving them $6 million a year to keep these folks incarcerated. You think that if Trump said, let this guy out, or that $6 million deal is in jeopardy, that guy would not let him out?
I don't think El Salvador cares about 6 million. If it was 6 billion, I would be like, maybe, but 6 million?
They're taking people that we are telling them that are terrorists and violent people. They're taking them for money. You're telling me. So wait, hold on. You're saying you don't think they care about the 6 million. They're taking what Trump is suggesting are the most violent criminals from America into their country for 6. So if they don't care about the money, you're telling me they would take those violent people for free?
No, they're doing fucking Trump favors. They're doing the most powerful man in the world favors. So he's fucking Trump's best friend right now. So whatever he wants, I'm sure he'll call in those favors in the future.
So if he's doing what the most powerful man in the world wants to get favors, why the hell don't you believe Trump couldn't get him out? Wouldn't he want to do what the most powerful man in the world wanted? If Trump wanted that guy out, based on what you're saying, then he should be certain to be able to get him out.
Okay, but why would Trump use one of his favors on this guy?
Because he's letting an innocent man rot in prison for the rest of his life. You know, he has essentially killed this guy. I mean, this guy.
He deported a man from El Salvador to El Salvador. He said he left El Salvador because MS-13 was threatening his life. MS-13 is no longer a problem in El Salvador. They're all in jail. Well, so there's no more reason for him not to be deported to El Salvador because it's no longer dangerous for him to be there.
But I'm asking you, does that not make Trump cruel? Because he basically killed this guy. The guy, I mean, for his family, because this guy has a wife and a child. As far as his family is concerned, hold on. As far as his family is concerned, Trump is essentially killed him by sending him there. They have zero contact with him. They have zero proof of life. It's as if he literally died and was buried. So he's essentially killed this dude. You're telling me that there's no cruelty in that at all from Trump?
No, it's cruel, but the difference is he didn't do it. You guys are looking at it in hindsight. There's a difference between hindsight and like knowing this beforehand. He thought he was deporting a regular MS-13 criminal. He wasn't trying to deport a grandma. He wasn't trying to deport a Maryland man like the news is describing him. This man from Maryland, this family man. He was just supporting a gang member, and after he deported him, like weeks later, they find out he wasn't MS-13. But guess what? He wasn't one of the Venezuelan. He's one of the El Salvador people.
I'm going to tell you.
His home country and gave him to his own government, and he's in the custody of his own government.
Yeah,
so
I don't. I'm gonna tell you why.
Complicated than
it's not that complicated. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that complicated at all, Mac. I think the fact that they don't have due process is. I mean, keep in mind. Not only does this guy not have a criminal history in El Salvador or America.
That's the other thing. He had his due process, and his asylum was not approved.
No, he didn't.
And they said he couldn't be
deported. No, he didn't. Hold on. No, that's not true.
Deported.
That is absolutely not true. If they're accusing you of being a gang member, so they're doing what they're doing to you because you're a gang member, you have due process to prove you're not a gang member. They're using that claim for actions they're doing, negative actions toward you. You should have your day in court to prove that the actions they're taking against you are unjust. Huh?
He had an asylum hearing. He was denied asylum.
We're talking about the MS. Wait, no. We're talking about the MS-13 stuff. We're talking about he's in prison because he's an MS-13 member. He's not in prison because he was here illegally or because he was denied asylum. They sent him to prison because he's an MS-13 member.
Okay, again, like we always have the same argument because he's deporting. Immigration hearings are not the same as criminal hearings. They don't have the same due process. They don't have the same burden of proof. The government barely has to do anything. You have the burden of proof in an immigration hearing. So you have to prove to the government that you're not MS-13, not the other way around.
How do you prove it if they don't give you a day in court? If they show up to your house at 3 a.m. and put you on a plane.
Well, he had his day in court in 2019. He was supposed to be deported, just not to El Salvador. True. He was supposed to be deported to another country.
He did not.
Instead, they let him stay here.
We're talking about the claim that this guy is a terror. He's on the terror watch list. You do realize that. He does not have due process for that. He was not on the terror watch list in 2019. You're talking about something different.
MS-13 wasn't a terrorist organization in 2019.
Right. So does he not deserve the right to prove he's not MS-13?
Again, you're convoluting.
It's a simple question. Does he have the right?
He was supposed to be deported.
We're talking about MS-13.
Okay.
We're talking about the claim that he's a gang member. Hold on, you didn't answer the question. Does he not get the right to prove he's not a terrorist?
But to who? Why?
Because you're taking action against him as well.
Denied back in 2019. He was supposed to be deported in 2019. This MS-13 and this prison shit is a distraction more than anything. He was supposed to be deported in 2019 when his asylum was rejected. The only thing the judge said is don't deport him to El Salvador. So you could have deported him to Mexico or anywhere else.
Okay.
And they let him roam. They let him go and stay in the country because,
Okay. So then I'm going to ask you, knowing that you mistakenly deported the guy to El Salvador and he's rotting in a prison, should Trump do anything to try to get him out?
Well, even that order no longer applies because his
That ain't what I'm asking you. That is not what I'm asking you. Now that we know, and the Trump administration is admitting, and you admitted he wasn't supposed to be sent to El Salvador, so we're admitting they made a mistake, at least in terms of the country they sent him to. He's in prison due to that mistake. Should Trump have an obligation to try to get him out of prison?
No, because he's not an American citizen.
So make no effort at all. You know you made a mistake. Just let him rot in prison.
I would do it for political points, but I think it's politically better. I don't know why Trump thinks it's politically better to keep this man out. Maybe he wants this argument to be had. Maybe he wants it as a distraction. Maybe he wants it as a, what's that word I keep using? As a, I can't think of the word right now.
The only word I see is cruel.
Scare other people to not fucking come here.
So he's using that. He's gonna sacrifice this man's life as a deterrent.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think his own country is gonna kill him. I mean, if it would.
What?
I think it'd be easier if they killed all those people, but they keep him in prison.
I gotta move on, but let me make it clear to you. He's in a prison where there are 80 men to a cell. They sleep on metal. They don't sleep on a mattress at all. They don't get any. They don't get any outdoor time. There are no windows. The lights stay on for 24 hours a day. They can't even talk to each other, and they don't even get a book to read. So they're just standing there like zombies indefinitely. When you say you don't think that, so when you say you don't think he's going to be in there forever, or you don't, how long could you take that before you out of your fucking mind?
I wouldn't take it for long. I wouldn't last a minute in that prison. But that's not the point. Like, we can't go around like freeing people from every prison on earth, because that's not even the worst prison on earth.
Why would we send somebody? Why would we even send somebody to something that? Do you agree that that's inhumane? At least, do you at least agree to that?
We just supported him to his country. That's all we did.
That ain't what I'm asking you. That is not what I'm at. Do you agree that that is inhumane? Those conditions.
Yeah, but that's what the people of El Salvador voted for, and he's an El Salvador citizen.
Didn't we? Yeah, but if we're sending hundreds of people to that environment, and keep in mind, most of the people we sent to that country are not from El Salvador. We're sending people into that environment. How does that make us look?
And I agree with you. With those people, you have more of a point. And if he was Venezuelan, I would agree with you a lot more, and I would be like, Trump should bring him back. But because he's from that country, it's a lot more complicated, and that's why I don't think. I mean, I'm 50.
So for the Venezuelans we're sending there, at the end of the day, do you admit what Trump is doing is cruel?
Yeah, for them it's cruel.
Okay.
100%.
Okay, fair enough. I'll trade the one for all the other ones, especially considering that 90% of those folks have no criminal history.
Because he's from that country, it makes it so complicated. It's just I can't just agree with you.
Well, even if you exclude the one guy, you admit it. Most of the rest of them, you admit it is cruel, and that's most of the people he's sitting down there are not from El Salvador. So you're admitting then that it is some cruelty involved in this, and MAGA seems to like the cruelty. Why the hell is that?
I mean, even a normal deportation is cruel. I mean, that's not really much of a argument to be had.
You think sending a Venezuela to a penal facility like that is kind of just like any other normal deportation?
No, but all deportation is cruel.
Is there levels to cruelty?
All imprisonment is cruel.
Is there levels to cruelty?
What's up?
Are there levels to cruelty?
Yes.
Okay. I gotta go. You drive a hard bargain.
I'll agree with you there. You know me. I agree with you on a lot of shit. Especially if I don't have a specific point to push back on. But, yeah.
You put me through the ringer this time. I got to move it on, no MAGA.
You know what's funny?
Real quick.
You literally had the same two conversations with Gangster Grandma and me as yesterday. I don't think there was a different word said between both of us. It was like somebody's got to watch.
It's similar, but there's some different words were said. I got to go, though. I gotta move it on. All right, looking in the comments, MAGA ain't shit. Says Will G. Says the sad thing is when it's time for payback and making things right again, the same Republicans that broke the guardrails will quickly put them back up and cry about the Constitution. That's a good point. Yeah, I do believe when they put a liberal in there again, it go right back to talking about how much they're in favor of the Constitution. You know, something I will say this in regards to some of this stuff that's happening. You could see a day come when some folks on the right either deny they were in favor of some of this stuff or pretend like it didn't happen. Because even my last caller, who I had to pull, it was like pulling teeth, but he is admitting that some of the stuff that Trump is doing is cruel. I mean, like I just stated, they're keeping them folks 82 men to a cell, making them sleep on the cold metal. They don't get any time outside at all. They don't turn the lights off 24 hours a day. The lights are constantly on. Can you imagine what that does to your sleep schedule and shit? It ain't like you can pull darkening curtains or something down. 24 hours a day, the light is on. You're not allowed to talk to each other. They don't even give them books to read. So there's zero entertainment. There's no yard time or anything. I mean, this is literally like a torture chamber. I can tell you for a fact that there will come a time when there are going to be some MAGA that do not want to ever admit they supported sending somebody to that. I mean, he's in a gang. That's all it takes. He's in a gang. I'm going to also submit to you that El Salvador, for all of the folks suggesting that country is now, Cal, appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you. For all the folks that are now suggesting that country is crime free and all of that, Probably so, but you know what I always say: the more power you give the government, you don't get rid of crime. You just switch who the criminals are. Guess who the criminals in El Salvador are? The correctional guards. They said I've read articles that suggest as many as 300 people pass away in that prison every year. They're being beaten and starved to death and everything. So no, there's no crime on the streets. The folks wearing a badge inside of this facility are your criminals. They're just abusing the hell out of the people. They're not going to be heard from again, so you can kind of do whatever you want to them. It's not like they're going to be able to complain to anybody. You can beat people for it. You can beat them up for whatever you want. So the crime is still taking place in El Salvador. It's just in a controlled environment. And it's by the people in power. Guess you don't like the Second Amendment neither. I don't know what this has to do with the Second Amendment, Mike. I just do not know. This is the kind of person we should live in. We should have in America for our gang members. In America, they let the gang members run to prisons, let them run to prisons, and that has to stop. Well, in America, our prisons are for profit. And you are correct. I'll go to the next caller, but you are 100% correct. In America, we let gangs run the prisons. But a lot of that's due to making a profit. We're not, in our country, we're not trying to make prisons more civilized. We're not trying to produce inmates that get out and become become participating members of society. We're profiting off of incarceration in America. If you have a prison, let's say we're talking for-profit prisons here. Let's say you have prison stock or you own a prison. God forbid you actually own a prison. You don't want that empty. You're going to get government subsidies based on occupation. So you want as many inmates in there as you can get. So you're going to lobby to politicians to make more things felonies, to make sentences longer because you want more people being incarcerated. In our country, we profit from incarceration. So it should be logical that we have more people incarcerated in our country than most other countries per capita. Not just straight number wise, but even per capita. We have more people incarcerated because people are making money off of it. So when you talk about letting the gangs run the prison, yeah, because they want it to be violent inside. That gives all sorts of reasons to write you up, to extend your sentence, to make sure you're going to be an animal when you get out and likely to come back. If you actually had someone do a real study and the goal was to make sure people who was released from prison became an upstanding member of the community and did not come back, they would probably tell you to scrap everything about the U.S. prison system because it's literally designed to keep people coming back. I think last I checked, the recidivism rate, the amount of folks that got out and came back, 50% of our inmates are back in prison within 1 year of getting out. 70% are back within 5 years. So that system has nothing to do with correcting anybody. So, yeah, I think that the fact is it is a for-profit institution, and that is why gangs and all of that shit is amok in our prison because people are making money off of it. Dencal, good evening. Welcome to the program. You can say what source. I don't think it's hard to look up the recidivism rate of prisons in this country. I don't think it's hard for you to go on Google and find out which prisons are for profit. There's sources are everywhere. It's pretty easy to do that. Dencal, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Hey, so I'm talking about voting for cruelty. MAGA, my last caller really took me through the ringer for that. He did at the end admit, but I'm asking you, do you see where it appears that maybe MAGA voted for cruelty intentionally?
Well, I mean, that was part of his platform in the first term when what was the name of his thing was maximum. What was it? Maximum punishment when he was talking about when he was putting the kids in cages. What was it? Maximum. I forgot the name of it, but it was a part of his platform.
I don't remember that. I do know about the kids in cages. I mean, just like MAGA Reaction saying. Right. He does this stuff for a deterrent. That I do know.
Maximum punishment. Maximum punishment was like you know, it was part of the ethos. Was like when he started doing that, when he said, you know, we're going to separate the kids from their parents to show the people not to come across the border.
Yeah, and
it's always been about.
There is a point to
that's how he does it.
Yeah, I mean, there is a point to be made. I think it was Tom Holman, his border czar, who stated, you know, if you go out and commit any crime, I don't care if you're shoplifting from CVS, if you got your kid with you, the chances are they're going to separate you from your kid while you're under arrest. So there is a legitimate point to be made, but I think that because Obama was doing the same thing. But under Trump, the reason he's getting more flack because he bragged about it and made it clear he was intentionally doing it as a deterrent.
Well, I mean, those are two different things. It's one thing when you are doing what you need to do to control a situation where you've got a lot of people coming, and then there's another one when you want to institute certain rules that show that there are going to be no mercy put on you if you try to do it, regardless. And we're putting all of the immigrants that come across in the same basket. Now, everybody that comes across is a criminal. Like as before, we got asylum rooms. We got, the visa system. You know, we got all of these different ways that you can come to the country. But now we're at a point where Donald Trump has made, if you come over here, unless you get the gold card, you are somehow a criminal.
So what you're saying is, what you're basically saying is he's almost essentially eradicated legal immigration.
Right. And one thing I took a note of this, and I was going to say, because you were saying that, you know, if we look at, you know, after his 4 years, then maybe we might see that he put out just as many people as Biden did. I would challenge you on that, because what we got to realize now is that there's barely anybody coming across now. So in order for his numbers to match Biden's numbers, he's going to have to go and round up the same amount of people that Biden was sending back. So if nobody's coming across, that means your numbers only come from America, only come from the people who are already here.
Well, you make a good point, and I'll tell you the way Trump would. If you're suggesting that the only way Trump's numbers can compete with Biden because nobody's coming, and you're right about that, is he's going to have to go around in America and round people up to match Biden's numbers. I'll tell you how Trump would respond: challenge accepted. So he's probably going to at least attempt to do that.
If we don't want to think of it anecdotally, yes, I could agree with you. But you have to understand they've already put out their numbers as far as how fast it's going and everything. And right now they're saying they're estimated to, after his 4 years is up, to have shipped back 1 million people. They've already done the numbers, bro.
That doesn't make sense when you think about how many hundreds of thousands he's removed TPS status from and things like that, and they got to go. It's got to be over 1 million.
No, he's taken away their status. They haven't rounded all of those people up. Just because you remove their status don't mean all of those people have been shipped out.
So they're just in the country as illegal immigrants right now.
Just now you have to. We've talked about this before, man. They got to have the infrastructure. You got to have a place to put them. You got to have the means of shipping them. Like, all of that's not happening.
My guess is that when you start talking
shit right now about him shipping less than 300 people over to El Salvador, there's not mass trains going to the border and taking people all out of the country. We're talking about tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands of millions.
But can you imagine, because the El Salvador story has made major news, I'm assuming all over the Hispanic community and things like that. That story, in terms of deterrent value, in terms of causing people to self-deport, that story's got to be worth its weight in gold to the Republicans, because I'm sure there's plenty of Hispanics that have self-deported. I mean, look, I don't like living in Mexico or Guatemala or Nicaragua, but if it avoids going to prison in El Salvador, I'd rather go back home and just be poor. I bet a whole lot of people have self-deported because of that.
And that's why he just said the other day, we backing off of all of these people that work in the fields and doing all of this and that. Like we can't look, we can't have an honest conversation about this shit if we gonna give him all deference when it comes to what we think might be going on. But then when it comes to what's actually going on, then we have to say, like MAGA reacts, well, we don't, I know it's probably, well, maybe because something might be, because I don't really know, dude.
Well, but I don't think there's any way around that, then, Cal, because we know that oftentimes information you get from the Trump administration is exaggerated, whether it's Elon Musk, waist frying abuse numbers. I mean, hell, even Trump's numbers about his weight and height coming from his doctor, everybody realizes there's some exaggeration there. So when you say we really don't know, I don't think there's any way to know because they're exaggerating numbers on their behalf.
So then why would you include that unknown in the conversation about what he's going to do or not do?
Because you can't just throw it out. You can't just deny it.
We can't just throw it out, but we can't use that as a metric to have an intelligent conversation about what's going on either. Like we can't just be like, well, it's a whole bunch of people leaving on their own. No, that's not what. No, we can't do that.
You don't think it's fair to suggest that whole El Salvador draconian prison thing is probably causing a lot of folks to self-deport? You think it's wrong to say that because you don't have the numbers?
No, but I'm saying you can't include that in the conversation about how we're going to tally up whether his stuff is successful or not.
All right. Okay. I wouldn't use it to tally up whether he's successful or not, but I do believe that that's certainly happening. I do feel.
Yeah, but we don't have, but we can also look at it and say, we know damn well that millions of people ain't running back across the border to Mexico. We can say that, can't we?
Most likely, yes, we can. Most likely that ain't happening. That's probably not happening. But hell, if he continues getting the right to send more and more people to that prison in El Salvador, you may get your millions. I mean, look, at the end of the day, like I said, I don't care if I'm living in Africa having to walk a mile with a bucket of water on my head to balance. I'd rather do that than be in that prison in El Salvador. So I mean,
no shit.
So at some point,
your thing is real.
Yeah. So at some point, it's going to be at some point it is going to be a deterrent. If he keeps getting the right to send folks to this prison, and he can just put any label on him he wants, that person's a terrorist, grandma is a gangster, without having to prove it. Yeah, people gonna start saying, "Fuck it, I got to leave."
Right. And I mean, we getting into areas where. We're talking about how, him being cruel to people who we haven't even really verified are criminals when we know for sure that he's trying to get rid of African-American museums and pulling out people of high stature who really fought for, to end slavery. He's pulling that stuff out of the discourse of America, and we just acting like this is normal. We just acting like, we talking about one guy that we know he did wrong because they admitted he did wrong, but we're not talking about the wrong he's doing of all of these people talking about DEI and messing with stuff. I'm so glad that Harvard stood up for themselves.
That's amazing. That is amazing that they chose that.
That damn money. You could keep your money. You're not going to tell us how to educate people in this world. You're not going to do it. And I hope they stand by it. It's early right now, but I hope they stand by it. And they say other colleges are starting to get with them too, because we cannot have a society that we have to go forward with the ideology of the president. We can't have our own. Yeah. We can't understand each other. We have to go with the ideology of the person that leads the country. Because heaven forbid, if Barack Obama would have got in there and started getting rid of all other ideologies except for Black history, folks would have lost their damn mind.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's almost like trying to, you got a car you're working on and you cranking and cranking and you got the, you're charging the battery. Like, how many times does we have to crank this before this engine just starts going on its own? And you got Harvard, that's one crank, but then you just really crank because it just won't turn over. There's just not enough Harvards.
And it don't help that all of these other law firms have capitulated and said, yeah, we'll give you $500 million of pro bono, to whatever cause you decide is worth.
Yeah, he just robbed
I can't even
them.
imagine being a lawyer at one of those law firms and then the government come to me and be like, hey, take this case saying we could just do whatever the hell we want to, and then now you got to go in front of a Supreme Court and I can't even imagine.
To me, that's almost like when you watch Night of the Living Dead or something, when a zombie bites you, then all of a sudden now you're a zombie. He literally bit that law company. He bit the law company. Now they got to go on to it. They got to basically become him and start taking cases to do what he wants. So he turned those law companies into zombies, basically.
Yeah. Hey, but one thing I wanted to mention to you is about the whistleblower that said that they have saw that Doge has been actively stealing data from the Social Security, from their
to the surprise of no fucking one. Everybody said that was the whole goal of that. Everybody knew that. But what are they doing with the data?
Not everybody. I've been telling you from the beginning that Elon Musk's whole goal in life was he don't care about Tesla. He don't care about none of that shit. He cares about having all the data in the world to implement into his AI model, because he's already said that at the end of the day, nobody's going to have a fucking job except for computers.
Yeah. So any idea what they doing?
He doesn't care about Tesla. People are like, oh, he mad because Tesla ain't selling no cars. He done already achieved his goal. When he bought the president of the United States and became an unelected person that gets to go through all of the information of everything, all data since the United States was damn invented, if you put all of that data into an AI model, you will be like the king of the world.
Mm-hmm. So, now that they found that he's been stealing data or they've been taking data, have they come to the conclusion he's doing what we're talking about?
No, because it's just a whistleblower right now.
Yeah. Is that whistleblower still alive?
Right now, and we know we can see what's happening with the courts. The courts are not the courts. The judge today, she was pissed off, talking shit to the Trump lawyers and stuff. And she's talking about, well, I told you to give me a daily update about what's going on with getting that man.
They laughing at
what
that
have you
judge.
done?
Yeah, that judge said that you haven't done nothing to facilitate bring. They laughing at those judges. They know the judge has no power, essentially. Like, you can order me to do whatever.
You see what the lawyer told her?
No.
The lawyer said, "Did you look at TV? Like that's the update. You seen the leaders of the two countries. That's the update."
Yeah, it's just. This is where you're gonna hate when I get Trump credit, but the guy has achieved. This. I don't know what status level he's at, but you can't touch this man. I need to cue up some MC Hammer. You can't touch this because the judges. They walk out of court knowing these judges. I don't care what they order us to do. We don't have to follow it. Who's going to touch him? What are they going to do? If he doesn't follow the order, okay, she finds him in contempt. So what? They're just. It's like censuring a congressperson. Nothing's going to happen. Okay, you didn't like what I did. So what? He's not coming home, and nobody gives a fuck, and they just move on.
I struggle with giving him credit for that. I struggle with that.
And you have a right to.
That's like giving Schmittler credit for reducing the population of the that's not I don't know if that's an accomplishment or not. Yeah. Especially when you got the people that are dealing with it. But one last thing I want to say before I go is I wanted to ask you what do you think about TikTok, man? What
the minute TikTok, the minute the Chinese started ridiculing Trump on TikTok, they're not going to kill this tariff deal. I mean, he's going to Trump is all about retribution and punishment. I mean, it's got to go. This will go too. I mean, but because of how Trump is, I mean, patent laws and all of this copyright shit, he may just create an American version of TikTok and just steal their shit. It ain't like he's got to adhere to the rules. I mean, he'll just bring them how they reverse patent our stuff.
If that was the case, we wouldn't be having this conversation because he would have did it already. It's
Give
the
it
algorithm
time.
that he doesn't.
Don't rule it out.
Have. But you see how they've been trolling. they've been trolling him, and now all of the manufacturer, they own TikTok now. Remember, before you never used to see real Chinese people on TikTok. But now you seeing people like they at the factories and shit, and they like, listen. Don't worry about the tariffs. You can buy straight. You can buy direct. You can buy direct from the point.
They trying to. I think they're trying to.
Bro.
They're trying to prove that they're not Zelensky. They do have the cards, and they're trying to destroy that guy because I think they're smart enough to know they have access to our TikTok, and they know most of America does not approve of a lot of stuff he's doing. So he doesn't have the sentiment of a large portion of America even.
Right, but and also they haven't even used all of their cards yet. They're slowly rolling out the stuff to troll him, but they haven't even got to the point where they can roll out where they can say they're gonna stop us from getting rare earth minerals, which they only have in China, which is key to our military and our electronic. Our whole system. They haven't even talked about that yet. And also, they haven't talked about calling our debt yet. All of those treasury bonds that they continue to buy, they haven't said nothing about selling them all.
You're not going to be
sell them all.
I don't think Trump would let that happen though.
He can't stop somebody from selling the treasury bond. Like that's not like you can't be like don't pay them a treasury bond because you don't know like who's got a bond and who's trying to sell it. So they can't stop it. So if Japan and China get together and say they would break us away from the dollar, the petrodollar, and all of that. People don't understand what's going on.
So we could end up holding pesos, basically. In other words, our money could dwindle down to the value of the U.S. dollar could dwindle down to the point where it's like the ruble. I mean, it could really hurt the value of the U.S. dollar is what I'm saying.
Look, remember, what was it before when was it, who was it when they was having a hard time and they used to compare America? They used to say, we're going to be like them. Was it Greece? Was it Greece or something? Remember back in the day, there was like, America,
when Obama was running when they were saying don't elect Obama because he's going to turn America into socialist Greece. At the time, Greece was doing. Now it's Venezuela. Any liberal's going to turn America into Venezuela. But when Obama was running, Greece was the country that was failing at the time.
Right, and then they just said the other day, in the bond market, Greece was a better bet on their bonds
for a short time. You're right. I did hear that. I got to move it on, but. I mean, China has a lot more cards than Trump probably realizes. I think he does. He just doesn't want to acknowledge it. He doesn't like to lose. But unfortunately, the longer he maintains his ego, the more you and I could find ourselves being hurt by this. Then, Cal, you know what I got to do.
All right. Take care.
Anytime. All right, looking in the comments real quick, we might as well throw away the Constitution at this point. MAGA is officially domestic terrorists. Damn. I don't know about the domestic terrorist part quite yet, but I do believe that Trump is skirting the Constitution from a number of angles. I don't think Trump cares about the Constitution. I mean, when you're talking about throwing American convicts in El Salvador, I'll just say this real quick. If I had a nickel for every time somebody said Trump was joking about something that later proved to not be a joke, I'd have a bunch of nickels laying around. Greenland is a perfect example. I had people on the show. He's joking about Greenland. I mean, you're not going to keep telling the same joke over and over again. In fact, his spokesperson was just asked about Canada the other day, and and asked in a manner of, was he just joking about Canada? People, in his whatever that young lady's name is, the blonde woman that speaks for him, she stated no, he's not joking about Canada either. So people tend to, in defense of Trump, to try to squelch some of the rumors that he's, a threat to democracy, or he's this kind of guy or that kind. He's just joking about it. Like I said, if I had a nickel for every time, people said he was joking about something and it turned out, no, he actually meant it, I'd have a hell of a lot of nickels laying around. But looking in the comments, though, Will G says, once again, Trump ain't shit. You have to pay him to get in. That's that $5 million $5 million green card or whatever the hell he's offering. You can get in the country if you got $5 million. I'm okay with, selling residency at that point, because they would be investing in the U.S. economy. But I don't believe in, okay, you're going to get rid of the avenue for poor people to come and only wealthy people can come. That's when it starts to look like it's just a play for the rich. And then, smelling like shit, Musk will proceed to put a chip in your brain. I thought Elon Musk was going back to Tesla. I thought they were going to kind of put the brakes on Elon Musk. You're telling me Elon Musk is still out there causing havoc, wreaking havoc? I did refuse. I did miss a super chat. Deltron says, haha, MAGA human cult pretzels voted for all of this. We're talking about voting for cruelty. I wanted to play a clip before I end up going back to the box. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any chats on YouTube horizontal. I don't think I did. Real quick, MAGA can't explain how canceling medical or veterans benefits helps them scream fake news instead of having an actual conversation about it. Yeah, that's kind of the go-to. If you're going to, if something new comes in, like some kind of brand new information that's critical of Trump, oftentimes the go-to defense is just to yell it's fake news. I've had that happen to me, and then you show them clips. No, this ain't fake. Such as sending American prisoners to El Salvador. That would have absolutely been Democratic fear-mongering if Trump wasn't caught on video saying that. You would have. Now, people were already saying that Trump might do something like that. It was Democrat fear-mongering until you got video of it coming out of Trump's mouth. So it kind of goes down like that. But I do we were talking about the sweatshop videos before I go back to the box on the next caller. This is what China is doing.
Remember the good old days when kids held jobs? When a work ethic was something we learned young? Before the left crippled us with regulations saying we can't do this and we can't do that. And when a salary?
That little kid there, you can't probably see it on my monitor behind me, but this little kid here that was working on the assembly line, his hand got chopped off. You heard him say, ooh, you can see his hand got chopped off and blood shot up. So they're showing this child working on a factory assembly line. It happened really quick, but I froze the frame there. He lost his hand. The kid they put here, he lost his hand. Damn, let me go back.
Before the left crippled us with regulations saying we can't do this and we can't do that. And when a salary was your real allowance. We got soft people, too soft and too woke.
Mister, can we get down now? Please.
That's why I am introducing the SWEAT Act, Small Workers Earning Adult Treasure. Thanks to Florida Republicans, kids can finally work like they used to. All those fun and undesirable low-wage jobs, they are open now. Smell that? That's the sweet smell of success. 10-hour shifts. Love it. No more bedtime. There's a shift to cover. It's time for kids to be domestics.
I mean, they literally had the kids. They're actually. I thought they were in sewing machines. I thought they were sitting in school desks. But he said no more. In other words, no more bedtime. That's a third shift. You need to do that shift as well.
It's time for kids to be domestics. Or how about all those factory jobs abandoned by the Latins? Better yet, there are some DEI openings. Come on, parents. Motivate your kids to work.
I will psychologically torment you.
I'm thinking we'll make child labor nationwide. You would like that, wouldn't you? Sign the Sweat Act petition today. Make kids work again. You missed a spot. Really hate that set.
Oh my God.
I'm losing Mr. Newberger.
Who, me? I'm laughing because it's AI, but I don't know if you've seen the kid at the end there. I mean, he was using some type of rotary saw and he fell right into it. There you go. Oh my God. This is awful. Oh my God. That's the remaining image of a child worker that looks like he leaned into some type of rotary saw there. So, Jesus Christ. But they're indicating that we're going to put children on these jobs and the kids are getting hurt everywhere. Anyway, looking in the comments, we aren't the ones having to put safety nets outside of factories. Yeah, God, I'm still looking at that image they put on the screen there. We will no longer be Ukraine's piggy bank. MAGA back in business. We never were Ukraine's piggy bank. We just never were. We were giving them some of our second-grade weapons. We were not giving them cash. We never were their piggy bank. And I'll tell you this: now that we've stopped being what you might refer to as the world's piggy bank. Let me get this kid off the screen because that is graphic. But now that we've stopped being the world's piggy bank, as you might suggest, notice that the money ain't coming to you or me. We're not sending money to the Ukraine anymore. We've stopped sending billions to USAID. They're not getting the money anymore. A hell of a lot of federal employees have been fired, so money is not going to them anymore. And yet you and I aren't getting shit. There's not even anything in the works for you and I to get anything. Remember the whole notion we need to stop taking care of other people so we can take care of Americans first? Have you heard any discussion of actually taking care of Americans at all? I'm sure you saw Charles Schwab on TV getting congratulated for making $2 billion in a single day. I'm sure you saw that. I mean, you got farmers that are complaining that they got rid of, subsidies from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. You got Americans getting hurt. I haven't seen anything about the part. When do we get to the point of taking care of Americans? Now that we've stopped sending money overseas, I haven't seen that. Let me know when that happens. Megan Boo says, "Are you sure this is not for Disney? Are you sure? Because this looks a lot more for Disney for Trump." LOL. I don't know what it's for, but I think it's trolling Trump with the child labor. I want to go back to the box, take the next caller, but real quick before I do, there's a video I wanted to discuss here. We'll go right to the box after this. We're talking about not deporting grandmas.
Video to our monitor shows the moment ICE agents smashed a car window and took a 51-year-old mother into custody. CBS News Baltimore's Tara Lynch spoke to the woman's daughter.
No! Oh, mommy! You wouldn't think that you and your mom are going to work and suddenly they're taking your mom for no reason.
On March 31st in Westminster, Karen Cruz Barrios says she and her mother, Elsie Barrios, were driving to work when law enforcement pulled up behind them. ICE agents approached the car, asked for IDs, and told Barrios to step out. That's when she asked for a search warrant. Elsie Barrios is currently seeking affirmative asylum after her attorney says she entered the United States in 2017 undocumented. Cruz Barrios says the agents did not give a warrant to her mother, so she refused to get out. That's when they broke the window and unlocked the car.
No! I would understand if they had a search warrant or anything for her, then okay, then, you guys can, take her out or give it to her and she can step out. And there was no need for them to do all that.
Barrios stepped out and was arrested, processed, and detained. An ICE spokesperson tells WJZ that Barrios is an illegal alien, Salvadoran national, and known affiliate of MS-13. Her attorney says she's received no evidence of this. We have not.
51-year-old MS-13 member. Now, it sounds like she's here illegally. That there's obviously a point to be made there, but I want to tell you folks, you've heard cops often, when there's a controversial shooting, use the magic phrase, "I fear for my life." Saying that these people are members of Tren de Agua or MS-13 members is kind of the go-to phrase now to give folks the ability to do whatever they want. 51-year-old MS-13 member. How many 51-year-old female gang members have you ever even seen in your life? 51 years old, and it says she's an MS-13 member. That is literally insane. Going back to the bottom, I can't believe they would even say that for a 51-year-old. Bobo, good evening. Welcome to the program. Johnny 11, I'm with you on her breaking the immigration law, but this is the same thing with the other guy, where they sent them down to El Salvador. Why not just stick to the truth? They have no legal right to be here. All of this MS-13 shit is just add-ons, and it does not appear to be factual. Bobo, good evening.
Good evening.
Hey,
how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing real good. So, did you see the video that was just played there?
Yeah. Come on. Let's be realistic. Number one, I'm gonna start with the first kid that's down there in the Salvadorian prison, who's a father married to someone here in the U.S. And here's the part that they are leaving out. Taxpayer.
Yeah. He is a taxpayer.
Okay. Taxpayer. Now, I'm not the smartest guy on the block, but I know some things in life are true. If you come over here, you're supposed to come over here, go through the process of getting your documentation proper. Plain and simple. However, when this all first started coming about, if we remember correctly, we were taking in people and offering them asylum for things like getting away from countries where their life was in danger.
Right.
We were offering them asylum. Now, all of a sudden, this young man is here. Somebody said it in the comments, hiding. I mean, let's be realistic. If that type of a gang was after you, wouldn't you go somewhere and hide?
Yeah. Well, the Trump administration is saying he's actually in the gang.
Well, we know that we know that not to be true, because I'm sorry, I know a lot of people out here in the streets, being from the city I was born and raised in, that when you commit one crime and you a gang member or criminal, you're not just going to stop for 13, 15, 16 years.
Yeah.
That man's been here since he was 16 years old. No criminal record, not a speeding ticket, not a nothing.
Yeah. And I gotta agree with you. That's my sticking point as well. If you want to go at him with, in regards to his citizenship, his lack of citizenship, lack of green card, and you want to talk about deportation from that angle, that's one thing. But this MS-13 terrorist label they're laying on him, I gotta agree. It just seems like it's a flat out lie based on what I'm seeing.
It's a way for Trump. It's a way for this administration to expel people from the country without prejudice.
Without due process.
Without due process.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to claim that he's a gang member for MS-13, now it's on you to prove that information.
Well,
you did none of that.
Well, because they've invoked this 1700 Enemy Aliens Act, which you use during wartime, it gives them the right to do things without due process because it's almost like it's a war emergency.
Yeah, but we're not in war with these people. Well, you see what I'm saying? He's not a terrorist. If I'm gonna go deport somebody, okay, there's supposed to be some type of investigation. You don't just go to somebody's house, snatch them up, and send them.
Well,
you got to understand, if you're going to do this, do it the right way. Go in, find out who these people are that are. If you find somebody here that's illegal, find out if they're a criminal. If they're a criminal, do what you need to do. If they're not, send them back home to somewhere where they don't have to worry about being locked up in some godforsaken shithole that's going to turn them into a criminal.
I don't think the prison down there in El Salvador, I don't think it turns them into criminals. I think it turns them into zombies. I mean, I think it'll turn you into a mental zombie. Can you imagine what the suicide rate must be like down there? I don't think it would turn them into criminals.
It's got to be astronomical. You know, these people are locked up down there for no, you know, like, especially these people that are coming from here, being sent from here, that are not illegals or not criminals, I should say. I'm not going to say illegals. They're not criminals. Okay? Because, yes, when you cross the border, you come into the country illegally, yes, you have broken a law. That's a law.
Right.
Now, what do I need to do in order to rectify that situation? I need to have a system in place for these people who are coming here, trying to seek asylum, trying to seek the refugee thing and all of that. I think that because our immigration system is so backlogged.
Well, Trump. But what about the notion that Trump is trying to get rid of that backlog and make it more functional?
I don't see that that's the case. I don't see that he's doing anything to improve the immigration system besides deporting taxpaying citizens. Now, I agree with deporting the criminals. I agree with that. But the ones that are here and that are paying taxes, do something to try to allow them to continue to pay taxes because they're paying into our system.
Yeah, but
you're collecting money off of these.
But here is the argument. Even if they are a tax-paying immigrant, they have skipped the line in front of folks that tried to come here legally. And as an African American yourself, Trump is claiming that they are possibly taking black jobs. So that's a job that you could have that they're now working.
Let's not do that one because he ain't taking my job. Because I'm not gonna go out there and work for minimum wage, just like the average American person. They don't want to work for minimum wage. They don't want to shovel shit. They don't want to go out there and pick the fruit off the trees. They don't want to be out there in that hot ass sun. They're comfortable.
I would tend to think that. But I mean, he didn't come the right way.
That's legit. He didn't go about this the right way at all. I agree 100%. There are ways that he could have went about this to make it right. Rather than just, I'm in office, let me get rid of some folks to show these people I'm not playing. That's not how you do things.
Okay, Trump believed we had a lot of Americans, not just Trump, not just MAGA, but a lot of Americans, even liberals, believed that we had a serious illegal immigration problem that was, exacerbated by the actions of the Biden administration. Let me ask you, what do you think we should have done if let's say you had won the nation's highest spot and the American public, you had a mandate to fix the border? What would you have done?
Number one, I would have hired a bunch of people to go into these centers, our immigration centers, and let's do some paperwork. Let's start figuring out how we can start not having such a backlog. That's number one. Number two, I'm going to go ahead, and those that I am targeting, I'm going to find out why they're here, what they've done since they've been here.
That takes a long time.
And it does. But guess what? You want to create jobs?
Well,
you want to create some jobs?
The thing about it is the jobs market under Biden and Trump has been pretty good. Even under Trump's first term, the jobs market has been pretty good. So I don't think the jobs is that much of a major issue. I think folks are suggesting that these immigrants are committing crimes.
What I'm suggesting is simply this. You can create some jobs and help the economy by simply organizing a department to handle the overflow of immigration requests. Okay? That's where the jobs is created at. All right. Now, as far as these people, the border crossings, number one, the MAGA will have you believe that during Trump's first term, he did something super spectacular and secured the border. Okay? Now, let's think about how he went about doing so. During the time that Trump was in office, the first time, when he was inaugurated, we were just starting the COVID thing. Right?
No,
so
that's wait. When Trump was inaugurated his first term, we were not just starting COVID.
Wasn't that around?
No. Trump got inaugurated in January of 2017. We didn't start really dealing with COVID until very late in 2019.
Okay, my apologies. I could be wrong, but this is how he secured the border. Okay, he went about an old law that was on the books that allowed him to secure the border due to the pandemic. There was a medical reason, right. So therefore we have a medical issue that we need to keep out of the country. Boom, secure the border. Don't let these people in. Send them back where they come from.
Right.
Now, Biden's major fail was when that law ended. He had nothing in place to take over that security. He had nothing in place to say, okay, this is what we're going to do to those attempting to cross the border. We knew they were coming. We saw they were coming. Right.
The caravans. Yeah, so you're admitting then that Biden was a failure on the border.
Yes, he was an absolute failure on the border. I agree with that 100%. Because he had nothing in place to do what he needed to do.
Okay.
Okay? To end that. But at the same time, they're here. They're here. Whether they be from Mexico, Venezuela, Ecuador, El Salvador, Canada. We're not hearing no whole bunch of
so let me get this from you. You personally, if you're voting, and let's say your biggest issue is border security, maybe you got a bunch of immigrants in your town that are using resources and entitlements.
I live in a border state.
Okay, so if the border was your number one issue in the last election, you would have voted for Trump, right?
No.
Why not?
Because he didn't really do much to secure the border except for enact an old medical law during the pandemic.
There's nobody. There is nobody.
Nothing else to secure our border.
There is nobody crossing the border right now. What do you mean? Trump has probably been the best on border security.
Hold on. Time out. Again, I live in a border state. They say nobody's crossing the border. Gangster grandma had it right. They're not having as many people being seen as crossing the border because people have figured out a different way to enter.
You gotta be kidding.
You build a wall, I'm gonna go under it.
You gotta be kidding. You're telling me that under Trump, the same amount of people, or somewhat near the same amount of people, are still coming through that was under Biden. They're just coming into a different way. Is that what you're trying to get me to believe?
I don't think that it's a same amount of people.
It's not even close.
I don't think it's the same amount of people, but I believe that they are still coming, whether they're coming a different way, from a different angle. They coming in. Don't worry about it. They here. They coming. They still coming.
You don't believe. There's no way you wait. They're suggesting that border crossings are down up as much as 90%, and you believe all that's a lie.
Yes. I don't believe a word that come out of the Trump administration's mouth.
No, I agree with you that they exaggerate numbers, but I do believe Trump in regards to the amount of folks coming across the border, because the incentives to enter this country are significantly less, because you know that the Trump administration is going to treat you damn near like Adolf. I would definitely have.
Now you're talking about a deterrent. Now those people now you got those people detoured. They're not coming. Those ones not coming. Because they're scared. Like this one guy in the comments said that he got people at his job that are illegal aliens.
I saw that. I meant to note that. I saw that. I meant to note that.
We saw that before. We saw that when Trump, when being the fact that I live in a border state, I saw that happen when Trump first got elected.
But you believe that
they took off.
But you still believe that many people were coming in under Trump?
I do. I believe it's a lot of people still coming in under Trump. It's just they're coming in different ways, different avenues, and I believe that, it's okay. I'm gonna put it like this. For me, my thought process, the way it works, is simply like this. If I'm a car thief, and you got a beautiful 1969 Shelby sitting in your garage, you got every alarm, you got a club on that boy, you got that boy secured down. Guess what? If I'm a thief and I want that car, guess what's gonna happen?
You're gonna still make the attempt.
I'm gonna still make the attempt.
And you're gonna probably end up in El Salvador. I gotta move it on though.
Exactly.
I said if El Salvador,
one thing that one of your other callers, there was something else that one of your other callers hit on, and I was listening, and sometimes I have a tendency of relating things to, let's say, our people, black people. Back in the day, when we were brought here during slavery, there were, they separated the parents from the kids as well.
Right.
Anytime there was a kid born, they separated them. And the reason being is because at that point, I could erase your history.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have your parents to tell you from whence you came, you have no way of knowing who you are or from whence you come.
That is true.
So, yes, let's go ahead, separate them from their families at the border. We'll tell them they're not Americans and they got to go back. We'll keep them locked up until they go back.
You think
we'll
that?
Kids,
You think that's what's in play at this?
I think it's just. I don't think there's any other reason that you separate a parent from their child when they're trying to cross the border for a better life.
I think it's just because it's you're committing a crime, and anytime you commit a crime and you got a kid with you, they separate you. I gotta move it on, though, Bobo. Appreciate you coming through.
Well, you have a blessed day, bro. You stay up. Keep going. Keep it up, man.
Thank you, and thanks for the support as well, man. Thank you very much.
For sure.
All right, anytime. Come on back anytime. Looking in the comments, though, Biden is so stupid. He sat on the TV and watched the couch. Damn. I mean, it's funny. And by the way, Biden was on television today. Did anyone watch that speech? I watched a little bit of it, and I was anticipating, Biden coming back, because not coming back and running for office or being in charge or anything, but Trump has been trolling Biden so harsh. You cannot put a microphone in front of Trump's face without him saying something awful about President Biden. So I have been saying that Biden needs to speak up and say something because this guy's just attacking him constantly. But I tried to watch it. It just was not interesting at all. But Biden did speak today in Chicago. It just was not interesting. I mean, he should have literally came out, in my opinion, swinging, because Trump does have a acute case of Biden derangement syndrome. He has an acute case of Biden derangement syndrome. Even when a spokesperson asked Trump's spokesperson, whatever her name is, told her about Biden speaking today, they immediately went into, oh, it's at night? That's past Biden's bedtime. I'm surprised he's up. They started attacking him today. They're still doing it. To me, Biden should have literally came out swinging. Fuck it, go out and hire a comedian. Get some of the most awful jokes. I mean, you got nothing to lose at this point. Should have came out swinging. I mean, I hate to say it, and I pride myself on being able to talk to both sides, and I don't talk down to guests. You know how I run the program. I'm all about free speech. But if I'm Biden, all the gloves are off. I mean, you have nothing to lose. come out there and say the most awful shit you can about him, because all he has been doing is attacking him. And it doesn't matter how professional Biden remains, Trump is going to continue attacking that man until the day Trump dies. Biden could die tomorrow and Trump would still keep attacking him just like he did John McCain. So in my opinion, Biden had nothing to lose. Just come out swinging. I mean, this guy's saying nothing but awful shit about you. Anyway, looking in the comments, he was swinging as hard as he could, Tim. Then he did a piss poor job at it. Like I said, I would have hired some comedians. I would have, did dummy speeches to make sure I was tuned up and ready and delivered those lines as hard as I could. This guy is going to keep insulting you forever. I mean, he has completely erased Biden's legacy altogether by executive order and just attacked Biden at every whim. Just a definitive case of Biden derangement syndrome. And Biden comes out there and he can't even keep people interested for a few minutes. Stephen M., good evening. Welcome to the program, Stephen. That 1-year-old that got kicked out of the hospital because the health gain was canceled by Elon Musk doesn't matter as long as that illegal isn't picking fruit. That's what really matters, right, MAGA mania? Well, I'm going to tell you something. When it comes to illegal immigrants, MAGA don't give a shit. I don't care if you came over to this country and, even if you die in the process. Well, you should have thought about that before you came over here. I mean, MAGA is a literal... When it comes to illegal immigrants, MAGA is like Cobra Kai, sweep the leg, no mercy. Don't care what happened to you. I mean, there's no sympathy there. Stephen...
Good evening. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. Good to have you on. What brought you on? What am I getting wrong today?
Oh, that's not for me to characterize what you're getting wrong, my friend. That's up to you. I think we should all assess our own character and our characteristics. I think that's where we go wrong. We keep trying to judge and put people in a box and in an envelope, but you know what's right, you know what's wrong. So I'll leave that to you, my friend.
But then let me ask you, with knowledge of what's right and what's wrong, the individual on the monitor behind me, still incarcerated down in El Salvador, and the Trump administration appearing to literally have no desire to bring him back or even gain his freedom. Do you see that as right or wrong?
I see it as not following the rule of law. Let me tell you why, my friend.
Sure.
Because we are a nation of laws. We have courts, we have process, we have due process, we have judiciary system, the judges are in place, so is the law enforcement. So to make a long story short, and I don't want a monologue, but to make a long story short, you have an administration that made a mistake. They admitted that they made a mistake. Then you have a federal judge that actually made a ruling. I don't think you or I could actually defy the order of a judge.
Fact.
Whether we like or don't like the ruling.
That is true.
And actually get away with it. Then we have a Supreme Court that's the highest courts of the land. And all down through 200 and some years, 400 years, we followed the rule of law. And then to turn around and dismiss the rule of law and to snug your nose at the rule of law does not make you a law-abiding citizen. And furthermore, be it Trump, Barack, Clinton, Biden, whoever, as a president and not to follow the rule of law, you don't make yourself look good. You can spin and you can talk all the talk you want to talk, but at the end of the day, the law is the law. The problem with our law, and I'll land my plane with this, and thank you for the invite. I will thank you for the opportunity to be on your panel. I'll close and end my plane with this, that if we're not going to be subject to following the law, then what is the purpose of having the law? If you can do whatever you want to do, what's the purpose of having the law? So based on the letter of the law, it's wrong.
All right, and I see in the comments, Will G says, Trump likes to omit things. So you do see Trump, based on what you're saying there, Stephen, it sounds like you believe that Trump is circumventing the law and he's a president that does not adhere to it. Am I getting that right?
That's 100% correct.
What can we do as a nation?
Hold him accountable.
How?
Because you hold him accountable just like they did Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon was about to be impeached, but he remained in the air until I think it was Ford or whoever actually pardoned him, but they were going after him. See, this is where we go wrong, my friend. We can't say that no one is above the law, but then when they break the law, we don't hold them accountable to the law. We have a precedent that says that you can't indict or arrest or do this to a sitting president. It's not in the Constitution that says you can't do that. It's just something that we've done down through the years. I guarantee you, and you can shake a dime to a donut, that if that federal judge in Maryland or the Supreme Court arrest every last one of those people that made that egregious mistake, until that man is brought home, they'll have him home in a heartbeat. But
well, the problem, hold on. The problem, though, is with Trump holding the power of federal pardons, anything the judge does, he can just undo it immediately. So even if the judge literally in this case has no judicial powers based on what I'm seeing, because, at the end of the day, anything the judge does to try to enforce what Trump, remember, a president can even pardon themselves. So when the Trump administration is sitting in court, the judge has no power at all as far as I'm concerned.
I get your point, and you make a good argument, but here's the caveat. The caveat is that if you start at some point putting these folk in accountability mode, it will shake their hind parts up. You can't tell me a judge can arrest the president. They can go and arrest the president if they choose to. There's no law that says we can't arrest the president. It's not. If you get
you sound like Ice Cube. But when you start talking about accountability, like in the comments, Cedric Haney says, what about the man that's not a citizen after all these years? He don't have to follow the law. So in other words, can you hold Trump accountable when you got folks like the guy on the monitor behind me that's in the country illegally, and they're suggesting, well, how can you hold a president accountable when you're letting these folks get away with it?
But you see, that's the dynamics, and that's where we go wrong, because if the Trump administration have actually came forth and admitted, and this is where the semantics really bombards me, because we want to hold somebody that we feel that shouldn't be here accountable, but then you have an administration now help riddle me this. You have an administration that admit that they made an error.
That is true.
And doing what they did, okay, they admitted to that. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say that because they made an error and the guy was actually cited from a judge to have citizenship or to be here.
No, legally. he was cited as he was trying to get asylum. I believe that claim was denied. But the protection he got from the judge was he could not be deported to El Salvador, but they could have deported him to other countries.
Say that again, please.
He had protection from being deported to the country he was sent to, which is El Salvador. But they could have deported him to other countries.
But so how does that make sense, my friend? And I hope you don't mind me calling you friend. But you're fine.
You're fine. I get called a lot worse. I can take friend. That's pretty good.
No, I'm not here to combat or be combative.
No, you're good.
We're having a very intelligent conversation.
Thank you.
But you see, you just made the point. He was here and he was found by a judge that he could stay here for whatever the rhyme or the reason. And when we turn around and we try to spin it, we do everybody a disservice. You know why we do everybody a disservice? Because we don't hold true to the truth. And until we begin to do that, then we're never going to get anywhere. It's okay to support Trump, but don't support his wrongdoing. He made a mistake. His organization, his administration made a mistake. And when you have 9 Supreme Court justices that turn around and say, you have to do this, and then for you to turn around and say, I ain't doing jack. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to be done, and I'll listen to whatever you have to say.
Sure.
And again, I thank you for your time. But the move that Trump did on Monday, bringing that gentleman from El Salvador,
the president,
to the United States, was a smack in our face. It was, and see, that's the stuff that we don't take time and psychoanalyze, or we don't dabble into and really get the full crust of what's really going on. It was a smack in our face for him to be ordered by 2 judges to do something that he neglected to do, and to bring the gentleman here, that this guy on your screen is actually housed in his country, was a smack in our face to say, the heck with y'all. That's exactly what it was. And if we can't see through that, then something is really, really wrong with us.
All right, Stephen M., appreciate you coming through.
You're most definitely welcome. Enjoy the rest of your day. Keep on doing what you do.
Thank you. My door's always open to you, man. Now, respond to what he said. If we can't see that being a smack in our face, I actually do think that what he's saying has some validity to it, where you're going to leave the individual in El Salvador, but let the president come to this country, which makes it clear you have a pretty good relationship with the president of El Salvador. Now, I'm not going to pretend like this guy was in the country legally. He was trying to gain asylum, and I believe the U.S. government had denied his asylum claim, but they did in 2019 state that it was not safe to send him back to El Salvador, but they could have sent him somewhere else. And that was not going to happen under the Biden administration, but Trump was salivating, ready to do it. So you get Trump and boom, send him anywhere you can. So here's my take on it. I've said this throughout the live, and I think most of you folks agree with this as well. Nobody's buying the claim that they can't bring this guy back. I think the argument to make is he has no legal right to be in this country, so we're not going to bring an illegal immigrant back to the country, as opposed to saying you can't do it. I think everybody knows him saying he cannot do it is a lie. But here is where I do see Trump really being flat out cruel. You can leave this guy abroad and not bring him back to America, but negotiate his freedom from that draconian prison. He doesn't have a right to be in America, but he doesn't have a right to be in a maximum security prison either. You can't point to one thing being wrong without making note of how wrong the other is. He didn't do anything to justify being in a maximum security prison like that. And like I said, not only does Trump have the ability, being a master negotiator, as he states, he has the ability to bring the guy back to America if he wanted to. But he could easily state, this guy has no legal right to be in America, so we're not bringing him back, but I am going to negotiate his freedom because he doesn't have any business being locked up. I've talked to the president of El Salvador. He's willing to send the guy to Venezuela or some other country, or he's going to let him out of prison. There's no legitimate reason for this guy to be in prison. And Trump could do something about that. So he could at least eradicate the mistake that they admit they made. Now, I understand MAGA not only does not want the guy back in the country, they're fine with letting him rot in prison. And that's why I had the original template up here talking about, is cruelty the point? Because it makes no legitimate sense why this guy is in prison. He didn't do anything. He doesn't have a criminal record in America. He doesn't have a criminal record in El Salvador. But yet he's in one of the most draconian prisons on the American continent. Why? Why is that? And why isn't Trump doing something to help the guy? It just looks cruel. Looking in the comments, Tammy, he was an illegal alien. What? He's dead either in. Oh, he's dead. He's dead either in or out of prison. Probably faster in prison. You don't just leave a gang like MS-13. MS-13 will find you. Gina Yates, in my opinion, your statement is probably the strongest case for giving this guy asylum. In reality, when you listen to Trump talking about getting rid of vermin that are poisoning the blood of this country, getting rid of rapists and murderers, this guy actually is the poster child. Sounds like, at least based on what I'm hearing, he sounds like the poster child for why they created the asylum process to begin with. He sounds like somebody who is a legitimate asylum claim, where his life is legitimately in danger. He's in the country, legitimately trying to be a productive citizen. He has a job. He's not committing crime. He literally sounds like a model example of why they created the asylum process. And I'm bringing that up because Trump promised to get rid of rapists and murderers and people that are poison, vermin that are poisoning the blood of this country. This guy sounds like the total opposite of that. To the point where they got to actually add MS-13 to his resume just to make him come close to fitting the narrative. And clearly, they don't have any solid proof that he's an MS-13 member because the courts ruled as such. The courts ruled that the claims of him being an MS-13 gang member are shaky at best, coming from that administration. I believe, if I'm correct, they have one confidential informant that stated this dude was in a gang. That's it. He's never been arrested for any gang activity or any of it. They just found a confidential informant. You know how easy you could get that? You could find any Hispanic asking for citizenship to sign an affidavit and verify that anybody. You could find a Hispanic trying to get citizenship that would say Mike Pence is a member of MS-13. That's easy to find. Just one confidential informant was all it took. I'm not buying it. I really think that this guy is literally the definition of why the asylum process was created. But if you're not going to let him in this country, do your best to make sure he's not rotting away in a prison. He literally was running from MS-13, came to America for help, and we're treating him worse than the people he was running from. Because essentially, we've killed this guy. We've essentially killed this guy. He has a wife and child in this country that have no right to ever speak or hear from him again. To his wife and kid, he might as well be dead. They don't know where he's at. They can't get in contact with him. They don't know even if he's alive. And there's no guarantee they'll ever find that information out ever again. The Trump administration literally killed this guy to his family. I just think that's a bit of what we're talking about up above. Cruel. But looking in the comments here, stop listening to mainstream media. Do your own research. He should be in prison. And you got that information by not listening to the mainstream media. You did your research, Swing Low 33, and you came to the conclusion he should be in prison. Based on what? Let me know what source gave you that information. Maybe I'll look at your source instead of mine. Tell me what source you came across that suggests this guy has done something where he should be in prison. Because I haven't heard it. I haven't even heard it from the Trump administration. All those bragging Latinos for Trump. Yeah, I want to give me one of those, you see on TikTok, they got those earpieces you put in your ear that can interpret Spanish. I would like to put one of those in my ear one day and watch the news coming on, like Univision or Telemundo News, because there is a lot of Hispanics that voted for Trump. I would love to hear what their opinion is now. But anyway, going back to the box, Trump pulling all Black history off government websites. I'm hearing stories of that every day. I don't know. I'm trying not to throw the R word at him. I don't get why that's being done. Whether it's Harriet Tubman, whether it is Jackie Robinson, the first African-American to play baseball, whether it is Maya Angelou, I don't know why he is removing all of the accolades that are attributed to African American culture from government websites. Because I don't hear any white people saying he's doing it in regards to them. In fact, they just renamed a couple military bases back after Confederates. I just don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm trying not to throw the racist word around, but I don't have a good explanation for that. I just don't. And I see in the comments, Joe 2 times says DEI. The problem is when you're talking about DEI or you're talking about the lack of merit, he's removing information from some of the most merit-filled African Americans in history. Jackie Robinson, the first Major League Baseball player, there's no one can claim that Jackie Robinson did not have merit in Major League Baseball. I mean, Harriet Tubman, did she not have merit? I mean, so that doesn't make sense in regards to the people that are being removed. The Tuskegee Airmen, did they not have military merit? That makes no sense. So I don't have an answer for why he's doing that, other than it appears to be some kind of plot to limit the amount of African American history that's available. I don't have any answer for it. And I try to play devil's advocate when I can. I don't have anything good to say for why that's happening, even if I try to think. I just don't have a good answer for why he's doing that. You can't erase history. Confederacy is part of our history. Yeah, and the shit he's taking away is part of Black history. And he's defending the white history and removing parts of Black history. I have no answer for why he's doing that. I have no answer. It's because they make him look so bad. I don't know if that makes him look bad, but I don't know why he's doing it. Let me go back to the box. We'll go to Sherbert, Instagram. If it comes up, we are live on Instagram, TikTok, and on YouTube horizontal, YouTube vertical. See if Sherbert comes up. Otherwise, we'll go back to TikTok. Tim thinks our country should put this guy in the witness protection program. This gang member is El Salvador's problem, not America's. Gina Yates, I hear your statement, and I would give your statement a lot more credibility if we had solid proof and evidence this guy was a gang member. There's no evidence of it. And not to mention the fact that the courts ruled that he should not be sent to El Salvador. And here you come saying he's El Salvador's problem. Why did the courts rule just the opposite of what you're saying? But I do have a pushback with the notion that he's a gang member. Simple question. Based on what? Other than the Trump administration telling you, the same administration is making that it's the same administration that admits they made a mistake in regards to sending them to El Salvador. You don't think there's a possibility they may have made a mistake claiming he's a gang member? Based on what? Why won't they show evidence this guy's a gang member? He's all over the news. He's literally all over the news. Why won't they show that evidence that he's a gang member? Can anybody explain that? Can anybody come up with a legitimate reason why they won't show proof or evidence that he's a gang member? That you just got to take their word for it. Can you explain that? Mike, good evening. Welcome to the program. Gina is credible. I vouch for her. Sounds like an intelligent woman that should be allowed to vote. You're voting for her and you calling her credible what? Because of one sentence? That's all it takes? Mike, good evening.
Hey, what's going on, Tim?
I'm hanging around, like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting here, but this guy, people are adamant he's a gang member. What say you?
I say, Tim, hey, I've been telling you this, and I'm going to say it tonight. It's racism. These people, this racism, prejudice, and bigotry. I mean, and there's no other way around it. We got to stop trying to find reasons to make excuses for why we think, both those comments that you just read, they just want to be right. They don't care because he's Hispanic. They don't care. They could care less that he was separated and that this was done the way it was done. They could care less. They don't care. We got to stop. It is what it is. They don't care. Period.
But okay, let me give you this. And I don't disagree with anything you're saying, but in the comments, Tim is what is called a contrarian. He can't help it. The informant in the court case, an informant took down John Gotti. So he's saying that one informant suggested that this guy is a member of MS-13, and that's really all you need.
No, and his analogy holds no weight, because that informant that ratted on John Gotti had tons of evidence. They had tons of evidence. They had videotapes. They had audio tapes. They had evidence, and he confessed to what he did. Yeah. So you can't compare the two, because this administration is so racist. They are doing things. They don't feel like it's lawless. They don't have to tell nobody nothing. They don't have to answer to anybody. They don't have to answer to their own constituents. They just, Tim, listen, this is how bad it is. That Enemies Aliens Act, if people haven't read it, go read it. You know, there's an 81-point system that they used, right? There's an 81-point system that they used to deem if an illegal immigrant should be deported, right? And so they have a list of things, and they all have a point next to them. Okay. And but you know what the bar is? It's not 81. If you meet 10 points out of the 81, you can be deported. Look it up. I'm telling the truth.
That could be anything.
If they one of the things was, if you are in a picture with the known gang member. So Tim, listen, this is gonna get really ugly. This is gonna get ugly. And I'm gonna tell you this. What is to prevent? So when he started talking about sending homegrown people,
yeah,
to these, when he said that, all he has to do is deem any group in America, put them on that list, as a domestic terrorist. All he has to do is classify the Hell's Angels. Well, it won't be them. You already know it won't be them.
No, it won't be them. It's gonna be the Black Gangster Disciples, or the Four Corner Hustlers, or the Crips, or the Bloods.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If he puts you on that list, you could literally walk out your door and be gone.
Yeah. Yeah, when you start talking about taking out, when you start talking about punishing people just because they're in a gang or they got a tattoo, the bar is, I mean, because you can literally say that about anybody. I mean, anything can denote you're in a gang, because there's no official, like if you join the military, there's, you get a card, you're going to boot camp, there's official record of it. Anybody can be in a gang. I mean, anybody can do that. I mean, you can tie that shit to anybody.
To anybody, and you can categorize that their tattoo means whatever you want it to mean. Yeah. Right? I mean, this is crazy. It's happening in real time, but it is that deep. And these people that just continue to say he was a member of MS-13 and he wasn't, and all these things, and all they're doing is just repeating the same talking points, and people are just going, oh well, like they don't care, Tim. They don't care.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think in regards to they don't care, I've been talking about this subject for multiple days. If there is one statement I could not agree with you more on, it is that MAGA, in regards to this guy rotting in prison, they don't care. In fact, I believe if we found out tomorrow that this guy died in that prison, MAGA would say he deserved it. He's a gang member. They don't care. They do not care at all about this guy.
No. But listen, I know you're saying this guy. That's not what I mean at all. It's clear they don't care about him. They don't care about him or anybody that looks like him. Yeah, and the reason I'm going to go that far, because they care about people that look like them. Because if it's one, and one is too many, if that's the standard, I always go back to that, right? If one is too many, Lincoln Riley, they should be outraged about this. But they're not, because it's the hue of the person.
Are you saying the sentiment would be different if this guy looked a little bit more like Ashley Babbitt?
100%.
Yeah.
100%. If he looked like them, and I don't care where he was from, but if he looked like them and it was wrong, they would say it was wrong. Just like, you know what I mean? Just like they're up in arms about anything, but when it comes to us, Black and brown and indigenous, they just don't give a shit, Tim. And the sad part about it is it's worse than a lot of people want to admit. Because Trump's not telling us that he's not doing anything different. What is Trump doing that he hasn't told us he is? What is he doing?
Oh shit! I don't think he told us he was going to do Greenland. I don't think he told us he's going to put a 3-digit tariff on China. He's doing a lot different.
No. I don't mean from his agenda. I'm talking about from the person he is. From the type of person that he is, and he's shown us that he is. What is he doing different?
I don't know if he showed us. I don't know if I had seen this side of Trump based on Trump from you know my childhood that I knew of Trump all the way up to, let's say, 2015. He's not because like a lot of folks point out, a lot of rappers and African Americans hung around Trump. They wouldn't have hung around the version of Trump we've seen over the last 10 years. So he's done a lot different, in my opinion.
No, every racist don't show their cars, Tim. he was just hugging Shaq yesterday. That's not the thing. What I'm saying is shit. You know, what I'm saying is go back and look at his resume, look at the cruelty he's displaying now, and you think that when people say it's fake news, him and his dad were renting to black people. You know, it's fake news. Yeah. Go back and listen to all of those things. The Central Park 5, right? I mean,
you know, speaking of Central Park 5, did you hear that they just got the right to sue Trump?
Yeah, and he tried to block it for defamation. Because even after they were exonerated, again, all they had to do was just shut up. Nope, he doesn't do that. He doesn't believe the DNA. Now the New York justice system is corrupt because I still think they should have got the unalive penalty. How do you see what I'm saying?
So he's saying he still wishes the Central Park 5 had been executed.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. This isn't new.
Wow.
It's not anything other than what we know it to be. You cannot, I told you this before, you cannot be in proximity with that many white supremacists and all these groups. They can't love you that much for no reason, Tim. They can't love you.
But how about this? In the comments, no reply says Donald Trump was a Democrat when he took out the newspaper article on the Central Park 5.
He was still you don't think there's Democratic racists?
Yeah.
Well,
they said Joe Biden, vote for me and you ain't black. They say Joe Biden is a racist. So yeah, you can be Democrat and racist. Yeah.
Here's the thing. The crazy part is you see that you try to pull that out to say that he's not racist after everything he's doing in their face. Whoever sent that comment are seeing what we're seeing. They're seeing what we're seeing in real time, and that's what you come up with after seeing a man be unjustly sent to this. And we don't even. Come on, Tim. This is crazy.
But here's one I've seen as a pushback. You're saying that the same person is saying that the Central Park 5 ad never once mentioned the Central Park 5. By the way, go read it. So in other words, Trump took this whole, center newspaper ad out that folks are saying was about the Central Park 5, and no reply is saying that it never mentioned them by name, though.
Again, why are you digging so hard to prove that this man's not a racist? He did a press conference and said it.
Yeah.
So they can talk about.
I think everybody knew what the ad was about. I mean, because otherwise Trump would have said I wasn't talking about them. I think everybody knows that even if he didn't say it, at this point he's answered to it and essentially admitted that's what it was about, because people have attacked him on posting that ad. And as you rightfully point out, he's doubled down, tripled down, said that they should still be executed. So the idea that he didn't mention them is kind of irrelevant now because he's kind of confirmed it.
And another person again, whoever's making the comments is like, why do you have to dig so hard to find something good about this man? Think about what I just said, Tim.
He's Trump.
He was a Democrat. So what does that mean? Do you know the rest of the story? He's doubled down on it. What are you talking about? And if we were wrong then, he wouldn't have said the things that he said. There's a good black there, or return on when the lights are on, I can only see the blacks. And people, come on, Tim. Come on, Tim. These are things that are happening in everybody's face, and we want to act like it's not that.
But my pushback is this: everything we're talking about in regards to Trump, the public knew it. And even a lot of the black community knew it. The Hispanic community voted for Trump. The black community, the male black vote increased. People knew all this. Was Kamala Harris just that bad of a choice?
No, I'm going to tell you, everything you said is true, but some people voted for the issue above him. He just happened to support it. Most of those black men and those Hispanic men voted because they're homophobic. Homophobic first, Trump second. Right?
So
anti-transgender and all of that, Trump second. A lot of people did that. Don't want these in my bathroom. That's on that side, not that side.
You know, I say this every time this subject comes up. I still am baffled as to how that topic got so much steam behind it, considering how very, very few transgender even exist. I just do not understand how that topic got that much steam behind it.
Have you talked to a Trump supporter that said they didn't have a problem with either of those two issues? No. Black, white, or indifferent? Have you? No. Have you ever talked
I'll tell you this. They do say we don't have a problem with trans. We just don't want it in our bathrooms. We don't want them dominating sports or shoving it down our kids' throat. That's what they say.
That's what they say, but how they feel is the other way around.
Yeah. I'm not going to pretend like I believe that the MAGA side of the aisle would be okay with transgender as long as they're not playing sports, going in the wrong bathroom or shoving. They don't want anywhere they show up, because Kid Rock shooting beer cans is a perfect example. I mean, this is an adult beverage, and anywhere the transgenders show up, MAGA's going to have a problem with that, but they don't say it like that. They just, I want to keep it away from kids is what they're saying. But in reality, they want to keep it away from humanity.
Tim, that's what they do about everything. This is not hyperbole. White folks have been doing this in this country since whatever we don't mind. You know, they'll move out to, even when they first got here, they wiped out the bears, they wiped out the wolves, they wiped out the wolverines, they wiped out every fucking thing that was infringing it was imposing upon them. So we don't mind the wolves, it's just too many. You know, we don't mind the bears, we just don't want them here. You know, we don't mind this, we just don't want it there.
Damn.
When I'm wrong.
Damn.
Everything that they don't like, they will tell you that. We just don't want them over here. Send them all back. Why are they here? You think, what did I just say that's any different? Send them all back. Why are they here? Well, it was theirs. Yeah. It was theirs. It's just funny how
So what is the end goal? So what do you think is the end goal? Let's say, for instance, Trump is, we're speculating here. I'm going to say something that sounds utterly ridiculous, but I want to speculate with you on this. Let's say Trump is allowed to serve until he dies. Describe America 15 years from now.
It's gonna be real. It's gonna be real white. It's gonna look like it's 1964 again.
Only 64.
Maybe 50. Look,
right, 1864.
Maybe 1864.
Right. Only 1964 ain't that bad.
I know it, but you know, so crazy. And then, well, it's different now, right? It's a little bit different. There's some things about our ancestors that were not.
True.
Right. So, and just crossing the street for the sake of crossing the street is not one of them.
Well, also too, unlike in years past, there's a lot more. The white community is intertwined a lot more with the black community, so you would probably have a lot more white allies, because people got kids and related to whites and all. I mean, it's not going to be the way it used to be, where there will be a lot of N-word lovers, for lack of a better term. There's a lot more N-word lovers now than there were back then.
Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. But I mean, you've heard me talk about fascism. You've heard me talk about this cult of personality. And every time in the comments, it's fear mongering and I'm crazy and I don't know what I'm talking about. And then every time we turn on the damn TV, you see something that takes us closer to what we've been talking about for years now. I mean, it's sad.
Why is the Republicans allowing it to happen if it's that bad?
A lot of them like it, Tim. A lot of them ain't no different. A lot of them not no different. Listen, because here's the thing, and then there is a fear factor, and I will say this. I've always said this, and I've had black folks get mad at me when I say this in the past, but it puts a lot of white folks in a tough position, because if you're in a community where you're surrounded by the majority of people that think that way, they feel like they need a coalition to come out and speak, because it's hard, because they'll be ostracized too, because they know the devil in which they deal with. They know they'll be treated the same way.
Inward lovers, like an inward lover.
Yeah, yep. And there was a live 2 weeks ago, and a white guy was on there, and he told the white guy on the panel, he said, "I hate you worse because you love them." Yep.
All right, Mike. Depressing times. Depressing times, man.
Hopefully this man comes back home. Hopefully, I'm not feeling good about it, but hopefully this man comes back home. But if anybody, if that comes to pass, and there are still people that are just acting as if it's not a big deal, and they're a person of color.
If he ends up perishing or something like that, I think you could have a lot of riots in this country.
It could get real bad around the world. I mean, this is a big moment, man.
You know what else could be a big moment? We talked about this yesterday before I move it on from you. If Carmelo Anthony is set free, free, like if he's acquitted, that could be a big moment as well.
It could be. And the sad part about it, if he is, the one thing that we do know is that the system worked. And I'm not talking about work like being a fan of his. I mean, they followed the letter of the law.
Yeah.
And they came to those conclusions that they couldn't work around, and they weren't willing to. And that's going to take courage. To be honest, that's going to take courage.
It could result in a lot of problems. But Mike, thank you for coming through.
Okay, bro.
All right, moving on with the program. Welcome to Pleasantville, 1948 to 1963, says Major Boo. I hope you're wrong. I really hope you're wrong. There is hate and racist people from every race, says Terry Vinny. I don't disagree with that. Anybody can be a racist. You can be an Asian racist. You can be a black racist. But I will say this: in this country, in America, in the United States, I would rather be a white victim of racism than a Hispanic or a black victim of racism. Just when you look at how racism has been in this country, if I'm gonna be a victim of racism, I would rather be a white person that's being a victim of. Because if you're a white person, listen, if you're a victim of racism in this country, it's generally done in a certain way. For instance, if you are a white person that is a victim of racism, it's generally coming from citizens. I tried to go into the local bar, and there was a bunch of brothers in there, and they started fucking with me. Or I got in a fight with 3 or 4 black guys because they didn't want me in their neighborhood or on their basketball court or something like that. That's generally how white victims of racism encounter it. If you're a person of color, Hispanic or a black victim of racism, it's people in power, like, well, shit, the cops keep fucking with me, or I can't get a loan from that bank, or they won't let me enroll my kid in that school. So it's people in power, so that if you're a white victim of racism, you can kind of dial 911 and get help from that. If you're a black victim of racism, you might dial 911, and the person that's victimizing you, their phone may ring in their pocket. So it's a big difference. I'm just going to say that anybody can be a victim of racism. Anybody can be a racist. But yeah, I would absolutely prefer, based on the way this country is ran, to be a white victim of racism than any of the other cultures. Just because it's a lot less to deal with. You can, if you're a white victim of racism, you can generally just get away from it by switching neighborhoods. You can't get away from the cops or the banking industry or the educational industry by switching neighborhoods. I mean, it's a lot more intertwined. That's the way I'm looking at it. Good job. His approval is down on everything, says Alas C. I heard that today. The Biden economy sucked, and everybody was certainly viewing Trump as a better choice for getting the economy back on track. I just heard today the poll numbers are suggesting that Trump's view on the economy is now lower than the Democrats. Probably because of the tariffs. People's 401ks and things like that are taking a dip. People are getting fired everywhere, so his job numbers are probably not going to be as good anymore. But yeah, the consumer confidence is way down. But yeah, the way it started out, where he was the messiah of choice for a good economy based on his first term, that doesn't seem to be in place anymore. Who knows? Maybe the tariffs or something will get better. Maybe things will straighten itself out. But right now, it ain't looking good in terms of his poll numbers on that. And that's looking like that's across the board. That's not just from some liberal outlet. I live in El Paso. She's right, bro, says Alas. Right about what? What was said? I'd like to hear that, Alas. Right about what? Real quick, looking in the comments, though, there was just a black lady that worked for 911 and was hanging up on white callers. Look it up. Yep, I don't disagree that kind of shit can happen. But I'm still going to go back to saying that overall, I would rather be a white victim of racism. I mean, did you not hear Flavor Flav's 1980 song, 911 is a joke? You're talking about one lady. They had a whole song suggesting that blacks dialing 911 were not getting help. They had a whole song dedicated to it. 911 is a joke. So you're talking about 911. 40 years later, yeah, I think the black community would say, well, yeah, we kind of told you about that a long time ago. Cory Booker is on the way to save the day. Well, that Cory Booker, I don't think is the guy. I don't think Cory Booker is going to pull it off like that. That's my point, guys. Racism can come from anyone, even our own people. Yeah, like I said, I agree with all of that. But if I'm going to be a victim of racism, I would rather be a white victim of racism than any other group. I'm just the way. Think about it. Just think about the lengthy history of racism in this country. Which group has been least affected by it? I would rather be a white victim of racism. I'm not saying whites don't encounter racism, but when you look at the lengthy history of racism in this country, which group has been least affected by it? You don't hear too many whites being hung or any of that stuff. It just doesn't happen. I would rather, it hasn't happened to any significant level. I would rather be them. Listen, every group complains about things that they believe are a detriment to them. You don't even hardly hear many whites complaining about being victims of racism. I would rather be in that group. If I got to be a victim of racism, I would rather be in that group. Orange is the new Black Lives MAGA. Paul, I don't know what that even means. Racism was created that white is superior and black is inferior. The inferior can't be racist to the superior. Kevin, I don't agree with that. And I have had a lot of people tell me that blacks cannot be racist to whites. Listen, if you're in a position of power, you can limit or infringe on the rights of the person that has less power. And there are blacks that have positions of power over whites. There are companies owned by black people, as I stated. It just might be somebody physically dominating you. Like I said, you may be walking down the street and 4 or 5 black guys just start beating the shit out of you or robbing you or doing something to you solely because of your skin color. Yeah, you could be a white victim of racism. I think it's wrong to suggest that because blacks are the minority, they are incapable of racism. I don't buy that. You said you prefer to be the white when a racist incident would go down. Ask Cannon hint about that. Yeah, but you can just like my other viewer came up with a white person dialing 911 and a black person hung up on him. You can always come up with incidental examples of something horrible. But I'm still saying, overall, I would rather be a white victim. Any incident you bring up, there's probably 10,000 of them that people of color can bring up of the same kind. I'm not saying that there's not some whites that have went through some really bad shit, but just playing the odds, playing the numbers game, it's going to be way more people of color. That's all I'm saying. I'm not just because I say I would rather be a white victim of racism. That doesn't mean they haven't been through some stuff. It's just significantly less. Where you're bringing up little individual examples. I mean, think about all of the class action suits that whites have, that blacks have, in Hispanics have posed against police departments and banking industries. Whites ain't been through that kind of stuff. It ain't happened to them. So I would rather be a white victim of racism. And bringing up individual examples of some white guy that got mistreated ain't gonna change that. Racism is being used for division or on purpose. There is a Marxist agenda. I hope this can change. It's not going to change, Gina. It's just not. I mean, racism is embedded in American culture as much as the Second Amendment is. It's not going to change. And when you say it's used for division on purpose, it maybe that could be the case, but racism is ingrained in American culture, just like baseball and apple pie. Bring one up, not a rap song. Bring one up. This lady is responsible for not just the hundreds, if not thousands. I don't know what you mean by that. So showing proof of actual incidents is less than saying it. Happens systemically without proofs. Sure, but I don't know what you're trying to say there. No reply. I just don't know what you're saying. You're saying showing, keep in mind a lot of the racism that happened to African Americans. We know it happened, but there is no proof. I mean, we know slavery went on for hundreds of years. A lot of the evidence was thrown away. Does that mean it didn't happen? A lot of the families who owned slaves, they threw all that shit away. They didn't want people to know that their family was dibbling and dabbling in slavery. A lot of the families threw out all of their ledgers. And does it mean it didn't happen? I mean, if you go by the actual proof we have of stuff, then you would think all of the Confederate monuments and statues, those are all great guys fighting for a great cause. They don't tell you on the monument this guy was fighting to maintain slavery or abusing people. I mean, just because you can't see the actual proof of it, you know it happened. I mean, it's not like during that era, everybody got a chance to tell their story. All of the history we know in this country, all of it, up to at least about 1970 or so, all of the history books you read in schools were written, authored, and produced by white people. All of it was, which is why I always bring up the Irish slaves and all of that shit. Well, they were, just as many Irish slaves. Why they ain't in the book? African Americans weren't writing any of those history books, probably up to at least about the 1970s. All of that history for the first 200 years or so, all of that came from one particular group of people. So we can talk about history, but make no mistake about it. History was told by one side, the overwhelming majority of United States history. Now, African Americans could pass shit down by word of mouth, but even in some cases, writing anything down was outlawed. Like, for instance, Black Wall Street. After that happened, they literally passed a law that you could not even acknowledge the death of your loved one. You couldn't put a headstone at their grave. You couldn't announce it in the paper. You couldn't record it. So they literally were trying to wipe out the deaths of, I think, about 300 people. Like I said, history was told by one side. The other side had no choice but to pass it via word of mouth, because they literally were trying to wipe it out. So, like I said, I would rather be a white victim of racism, because stuff like that never happened to them, where they were trying to wipe out your culture or wipe out your history, wipe out your name, your religion. None of that stuff happened to them. So I would rather go with the white side. Looking at the comments, my brother, I used to listen and at times speak with you when I was on TikTok. I think, as I said then, that you are a genuine, thoughtful brother when I agree with you more often than not. Kudos. Thank you, Ronald Gillard. Appreciate that. Do you think the party switched? Yes, Ellis, yeah, I do. And I'll tell you for a number of reasons. And I got a Martin Luther King clip I often play because he discussed the party switching in real time. But also, we know for a fact the Democratic Party was the party of slavery. The Democratic Party was a party of the Confederate South. And now which party is waving around the Confederate flag and defending it. Now, the Republican Party are the ones that abolished slavery. Abraham Lincoln was fighting on behalf of the Union Army in the North. You don't hear the Republicans give any accolades to the Union. They're talking about the Confederates. So clearly something switched. Why would you suddenly start showing adoration for the party that was trying to act, or the group of people that were actively trying to kill you? Why would you suddenly take up them and, well, I want to protect their history? Can you imagine an American going around saying, I want to protect the history of ISIS? I don't want you taking down Saddam Hussein statues. I want to protect their history. Would that make any sense to you? You'd probably call him a traitor. So clearly something happened. Not to mention, let's just be clear, ancestry dies hard. If your great-grandmother, grandmother, and mom thought all a certain way, there's a high likelihood you're going to probably think that way too. So the idea that the Confederate South all had this mindset, and all of a sudden modern-day Republicans love black people and all, it goes against the total ancestry of the South, which is a very Republican area of this country. Their ancestry is as anti-black as they come. And we're now supposed to believe the Democrat Party, all of the, Detroit and Chicago, all of these are the racist areas. The areas where most of the black people are living and thriving. But the areas down south, rural Mississippi, rural Alabama, them are the people that love you. It just doesn't make sense. So I would submit that the logic of a party switch not happening, it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, like I said, when you look at what has happened, it just doesn't make any sense. But I'll see if I can give you this clip. I've played it before on the program because I believe this also. To me, this is probably one of the strongest examples of why I believe the party switch happened. This is Martin Luther King on screen speaking in real time about it.
President Biden will become the first sitting president to speak during a Sunday service at the Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, where Reverend Martin Luther King was once a pastor. King appeared on Face the Nation in May of 1964 when he was working along with President Johnson to get the Civil Rights Act passed.
Dr. King, in light of recent statements of Senator Barry Goldwater and, in some cases, Richard Nixon, do you think there is a real danger of the Republican Party becoming the white man's party in this country?
I think this is a real danger, and I've talked with some Negro Republicans who are very concerned about this. I see trends and developments which will reveal that unless the liberals of the Republican Party take play a much more decisive role in leadership positions, this will become a white man's party. And I think this would be tragic for the Republican Party as well as tragic for the nation.
Just think of some of the stuff he's saying. That he thinks that if some of the liberals of the Republican Party don't speak up, it might become the white man's party. Now, obviously, there's no liberals in the Republican Party anymore. So, I mean, he literally is describing a switch in real time. I mean, he's making it clear that he fears a switch is happening. So when people, the switch didn't happen. I mean, unless this is AI and it's made up, it's pretty clear a switch happened. Because he's saying that the guy asked him, do you feel that there's a chance this may become the white man's party? Now, we know in modern times, the Republican Party essentially is the white man's party. So a lot of the things that he was saying that he was concerned about then are kind of status quo now. I mean, so during the time he existed, there were liberals in the white man's party. Or better yet, in the Republican Party. There were liberals in the Republican Party. There are no liberals in the Republican Party anymore. They're in the Democrat Party. So, yeah, folks, listen, I think the idea is to pin the Democrats to slavery, to suggest the Democratic Party is a racist party. That's why people don't want to admit the party switch happened. But if you go to any Democratic gathering and you go to any Republican gathering, and you walk away thinking that the Republicans are the ones for diversity and the Democrats are the ones that do not like people of color, you had to be blind. I mean, the amount of diversity at any Democrat gathering is going to be probably 50-1 compared to any Republican gathering. And you're talking to somebody who's been to a couple Trump rallies. It's not even in the same universe in terms of diversity. So the only way for this stuff to make sense is for essentially all the people of color to just be stupid and not realize what's going. I mean, what doesn't matter if you're white, black, or whatever color you are. You know if somebody's mistreating you, but yet you got all these people telling people of color who they perceive is harm to them. They know who's harmful to them. They know that. So yeah, to me, the party switch absolutely happened, and his statement there is probably the best evidence I can give you of that. Majin Boo, I saw a comment. You stated that, Tim, what is your opinion on facing the facts on how the education is good from 1970 to almost 2017? I think the education has gone to hell with LGBT. Well, first of all, I don't know what LGBTQ has to do with education. If you're in school learning math and algebra, what does LGBTQ have to do with it? So I don't know how that affects education other than they're now teaching you about LGBTQ in addition to all the other stuff. So I'd be curious. You'd have to elaborate more. You're saying, what's my opinion on, or what's my opinion or facing the facts on how education good from 1970 to almost 2017. And I don't necessarily buy into education was good from 1970 to 2017 because, as I pointed out, a lot of the stuff we were taught when we were in school is patently false. A lot of things that we learned in this country, specifically in regards to history, was based on American exceptionalism, not fact. It was not based on, so I don't know if I would go back to 1970 and say education was all that good. It wasn't accurate. And we've been constantly correcting that. I mean, a lot of the stories they told you were based on American exceptionalism. They weren't based on fact. When you have trans men reading sex books, what does that say? I don't know. You have trans men reading sex books to 5-year-old boys is really sex pedophile. Here's a problem with that. You got when you get trans men reading sex books to 5-year-olds. You know how many pedos are actually just your average everyday elementary school teachers? You got way more of your regular everyday friendly elementary school teachers, coaches, soccer coaches, Boy Scout, Girl Scout folk. Them are the ones that are really abusing your kids. You just like them. So you can watch 100 elementary school children, 100 elementary school teachers abuse kids, and you'll still give the 101st one the benefit of the doubt. But all you need to see is one LGBTQ member abuse a kid, and you will desecrate the entire LGBTQ community. There's far more everyday average teachers abusing kids than members of the LGBTQ community. And I don't think I don't think that's even up for debate. Think about how often you've seen on the news someone that's trans or someone that's a member of the LGBTQ community abuse a kid in school, and compare that to how often you've seen an elementary school teacher doing it. I mean, it's not even in the same galaxy. There are far more teachers abusing your kids than there ever will be LGBTQ members. But as I stated, all you need to see is one member of the LGBTQ community doing it. You can watch teacher after teacher after teacher do it, and you won't have that same attitude towards a teacher. But you see one member of that community do it, and now you suddenly shun towards the whole community. So you're not judging it fairly. You're just not. Looking in the comments, does it matter who's abusing kids? It's wrong. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does matter. It certainly, if you're not judging it right. If all it takes is one trans person to do something, you hate the trans community, but you're able to watch teacher after teacher after teacher do it, and you don't hate teachers, then yeah, it does matter, because you're using that information to derive a position of hate. How many times you see a cop on television mistreating somebody, And the response is, well, 99% of them are good, or it's just a bad apple. You don't say that about the trans community. All you need to see is one, and that whole community needs to stay away from kids. You would never hear somebody on the right in particular say, well, that's just one bad apple. No, you're using the information to derive a position of hate. So yeah, it does matter when you're doing that with it. Hey, I wanted to say, good job. You constantly stayed grounded and thought you were provoking point. Brian, appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I swear modern Republicans are most illogical, emotional fucks I've experienced in my 30 times. Damn, Nixie. Yikes. Let me look. Jesus. Oh my God, that was a strong point. Real quick look in the comments. I wouldn't trust about 50% of the cops with my life. Yeah, I'm just simply saying that you could watch 100 cops abuse citizens and not have the same hatred of just one immigrant or one LGBTQ member abusing somebody that they get, because there's a position of hate that is already there. You only need to see one of them do something, but factions that you favor, that you like, it takes far more of them to do wrong before you come to the same conclusion. I mean, it could literally be hundreds of children being abused by teachers, and you're not going to hate teachers. One LGBTQ member abusing a kid in the school, and you're hearing about it all over the country. Look how Lincoln Raleigh spread around. Look how that spread around. I mean, you got all sorts of cops doing shit. One immigrant, boom, we need to get all of these folks out of here. Using Lincoln Raleigh, that one example is used to anytime an immigrant gets mistreated. Well, they didn't care about Lincoln Riley, so we don't have to care about. I mean, the guys who abused Lincoln Riley, the guy, he's in jail. He's been done, but they're using it against everybody else. So yeah, when you're not using the information fairly, I'm gonna bring it up. Call it out, Tim. I'm sick of the dumb shit. Okay, bro, I don't like teachers either. I don't like cops, but would rather be stuck in a room with them instead of an LGBTQ. Spider Pig. Well, like I said, if it's hate, call it out there. And I think you're doing a good job. You're saying, I don't like cops, I don't like teachers, but I would rather be around somebody I don't like than a member of the LGBTQ community because I hate them. I mean, at least you're being honest about it. Like I said, the only issue I have is when folks try to come up with some kind of excuse as opposed to just saying, I have hatred toward that community. At least be honest about it. Quit making it where it's about the kids. No, it ain't. Because if you hated people that were abusing kids, you would hate the Catholic Church. It ain't about the kids. It's just about hate. Quit making excuses for what it is. Nearly half of the LGBTQ plus young people ages 13 to 18 reported that they had been forced to do sexual things. 47% of transgender people experience sexual assault. 40% of gay men report sexual assault. It's interesting statistics you gave no reply. Oddly enough, you left out how many straight people are abused. You said nearly half of LGBTQ plus young people ages 13 to 18 reported that they had been forced to do sexual things. Did you realize that I believe it's 1/3 of straight women say the same shit? I'm just wondering, oddly enough, you left out heterosexual people from your numbers. Fact is, if you actually looked at the numbers on heterosexuals, you'd find it's pretty high too. A lot of heterosexual people confess that they've been abused as kids as well, and that's just not in your numbers anywhere, and I'm kind of wondering why. Hate gangs says K-Rod. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's a lot of straight people that get abused, but I mean, especially girls. Most women will tell you they either have been abused themselves or know somebody that has. Straight women. Most straight women know at least one woman that was violated. That ain't in your stats. Why is that not there? Tim, male, female, two sexes, all that extra shit is sick shit, says Wump Wump. Look, I'm not going to go into whether being gay or all of this other stuff is sick shit or not. I'll just say this. I'm straight and I don't give a fuck what you do. I mean, what's the difference if you shove a dick up your ass or you put a finger or a peg or something up there or use a toy? It's in your own fucking house. Who am I to come in your crib and say you can't bust a nut in a sock or something? I mean, it's in your crib. I don't give a fuck what you doing. I mean, I don't understand where we've gotten to a point where people believe that they should be able to tell other people how they live. You want somebody to tell you you can't own an AR? You agree with that? I mean, so look, you think two of the same sex together is sick or whatever. Fine, then don't sleep with another dude. You can easily solve that problem. If you think it's sick, then just don't do it. Isn't that what the 2A community is saying? You think guns are wrong, then don't buy a gun. Simple as that. But you don't get to go tell somebody else what they can't do. I just don't. Just stay out of their business. That's all I'm saying. Stay out of their business. What do you want them? You want your neighbor to perform in a way that pleases you? Sick shit. Freedom unless you are black or don't own property or are gay or are a woman. Hate American freedom since the 1700s. It's a different version of freedom. I'll leave it at that. And there ain't two sexes. There's scientifically more than two. It's just intersex people. I'll just say this. Even in the animal kingdom, there is homosexuality. There's homosexuality even in the animal kingdom. Homosexuality goes back as far as mankind. Now, the idea that it's a mental illness or whatever, I mean, so is coming home from war. I mean, mental illness, people function with a mental illness. Look, if a dude sleeps with another dude, he can still function in society just like anybody else. I don't know. The mental illness thing, I don't know. You don't like it, you don't like it. Leave them alone. If they ain't doing it to you, who gives a damn? Then why do they force you to address who they fuck like kids at school? My teachers never said shit. Don't ask, don't tell was the best policy. Well, your teacher, you probably may have occasionally saw her husband. I mean, according to you, you don't want them to address who they fuck, right? So are you saying that a married teacher should not be able to bring her husband to school or pick her up or not have a picture of her husband on her desk because you don't want them to address who they fuck, right? In front of the kids. Is that what you're telling me? Like I said, it's easy to just come out and admit I hate that group of people and I want them to disappear. I want their rights limited. Let's just be honest about what it is, because nobody gives a damn if a heterosexual person puts a picture up of their spouse or their spouse comes and picks them up after work and they give them a smooch before they get in the car. You just don't want to see gay people do it because you don't like gay people. It's to me, it just sounds like it's a whole bunch of excuses to exclude the fact, which is I hate this group of people. Like in the comments, Kyle is saying, don't ask, don't tell. Okay, does that apply to heterosexuals as well? If you're married, don't tell that you have a husband if you're a wife. Don't ask, don't tell. If you're okay with the heterosexual people telling, but not the homosexual people telling, then you don't like the homosexual people. Come out and admit the hatred portion of it. Why do we have to acknowledge who they fuck? You don't. What gay person is going to tell you, I need you to acknowledge this Negro? You don't have to acknowledge. What is your point? What do you mean? Why do you don't have to acknowledge them? Explain to me how you got to acknowledge them. Tim, do you believe a segment of America is racist? Since the beginning of time, yeah, of course. And that's a segment of all populations. A segment of blacks are racist. A segment of whites are racist. A segment of Hispanics are racist. Yes, but as I stated earlier in the program, I would much rather be a victim of white racism than any other. If I had to be a victim of racism in this country, I would much rather be a victim of white racism than any other group, because the racism towards whites has been considerably milder than any of the other groups. Teachers never talked about bedroom fun time. I learned about putting a condom on a banana. You learned about it in health class. You did learn about it. I don't know if that's totally true, Dorjam Bennett. You learned about animals. Yeah, I learned about heterosexual activity. I mean, they didn't go all out, but you learned about it. The changes in the body when you're getting aroused and shit like that. I learned about that in ninth grade health class. It did come up. And there was no LGBTQ mentioned in schools when I was a kid. That shit was outlawed damn near. But they talked about intimacy between human beings and between animals as well. And I see in the comments, Michael also rightfully points out National Geographic is on TV. Yeah, we learned about that. You could learn about some of back in the day. We didn't have the internet. You had encyclopedias. It was covered in there. You learned about it. I'm pretty sure transgender was not in those books, but heterosexual activity, it was in there. You learned about that shit. I remember as a Polish immigrant being blamed for slavery. Damn, bruh, slavery comes from Slavs when Arab traders enslaved us. That is 100% irrelevant for what we're talking about. I don't give a damn where slavery comes from. Once you engage in it, it's coming from you. Bringing up somebody, look, if you, that's like telling the judge, well, being a pedo came from, if you're in court for abusing kids, nobody gives a damn where the word originated from. That is completely irrelevant. To go back to some other, I mean, you think terrorism came from bin Laden? Would you have allowed him to use that in court? Well, terrorism didn't come from me. It came from, who cares? You engaged in it. Bringing up where the word originated from. That's insane. Look at the big brains on Nexi. Okay, I don't know what that means. You're talking about somebody in the comments. So many parents don't teach their children. They let the schools or just let them be ignorant. Yeah, that's true. That does happen. Not you rather white racism. You mean you'd rather be a white crying about reverse racism. Same thing. You're making the same point. I'm simply saying if I was going to be a victim of racism, I think the best group to be in is the white group, because the racism they face is significantly milder. You can word it any way you want, but that point is what I'm saying. Tim, when it comes time to it, I want me and that person or that sexy fine bitch we are going to bust it. Mr. Major, what the hell? I don't know what you're saying. Bro, American Intellect, we're cooked. Nexie, I hope you're wrong. He was racist against himself. I ain't bitching or complaining. I'm loving it. I feel like I'm at McDonald's. Okay. What are you, Trump? Loving it. Want to look in the comments to make sure I didn't miss anything. If a male animal gets female pheromones on him, another male will, yikes, take him for a female. Really? I did not know that. Do you condemn Islam because Muhammad had a 9-year-old wife he had sex with? Do I condemn Islam for the action of one person? No. And I know you're talking about Muhammad, but no, I still don't. No, I don't condemn the entire religion for the actions of one person, because I mean, my guess is if you condemned a religion for the actions of one person, even one prominent person in that religion, you would probably condemn every religion, because that's kind of how religion was nothing more than politics before politics took place. That is how the communities were controlled, was via religion. You didn't have a president or a prime minister. You had I guess a king or whatever, but it was all religious based. I mean, they pretty much were your politicians before politics took place. It's all about control and shit like that. So if you condemn one religion based on the actions of some of the prominent, every religion, because they all were abusing their power for everything from wealth to sex. All of them were doing it. Every religion you can think of, they all were doing it. Just some were doing it even more than others, but every religion abused it, started out abusing their power for everything from finance to sex. Hell yeah, he said it twice. He'd rather be fucking racist from white people. I've said it more than twice, Cal. I've said it more than twice. Statistically, the whites in this country have faced considerably milder treatment when being victimized by somebody being racist to them. I said, I just stated, if you're a white person and you're the victim of racism, it's usually by unruly citizens. It's usually going to come by way of a citizen trying to propel violence upon you. 3 or 4 brothers tried to beat my ass at a basketball court, or they tried to rob me, or they didn't like me walking through their neighborhood. It's usually going to be another citizen being violent towards you. That's what white victims of racism face. People of color, it comes from positions of power. The cops are racist to me. I can't enroll in this school. This bank won't lend me a loan. I can't purchase a house or an apartment in this neighborhood. The adversarial base is much bigger. If you're white and you're the victim of if you're white and you're the victim of racism, you generally can see who's mistreating you. They're probably right in front of you. If you are a person of color and you're the victim of racism, might be somebody across the country, might be somebody you'll never see, because it could be in their laws, it could be in their policies, it could be in their hiring methods. You may never see the person that's mistreating you. That usually doesn't apply to white people. You're usually going to be looking at the person that's mistreating you. It can come from anywhere if you're a person of color, because it could be systemically implanted in whatever institution you're dealing with. It could be anywhere. So I would rather be a white victim of racism. That's why I keep saying it. The misconception we have is that all whites are the same. Who said that? Who has that misconception? I think there are 3 different sectors within the white. Okay, I don't know who's had that misconception though. There's always been religion and there's always been politics. And they have been intertwined and used against each other. All I know is they've been used to gather power on the people. A religion is an ideology, but the framework is too subconscious. And when it is thought of applying religion to politics, it's more than applying. Look, if the religious leader leads the community, to me, it's the same as politics. He had power. He had a position of power. I see a lot of similarities between religion and politics. Everyone blames racism when things don't work out for them. I don't think that's always true. I don't think that's always depends on how. I've been fired from jobs. I didn't think there was racism involved. I've been terminated by people who were not the same color as me. I didn't just jump up and blame racism. I think there are people in this country that can find racism in anything. Big Dog, yeah, appreciate the hat mustache. Somebody supported the program. Thank you. I was about to log out. Thank you there, Big Dog. Appreciate the hat mustache. But what was I saying? Yeah, you can go through hardships that have nothing to do with racism. But I was saying that I think there are people who can find and see racism in anything. And then there are people who can find and see racism in nothing. In other words, let's take somebody like Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson that people view as race hustlers, where you might believe they can find racism in anything, even when it doesn't exist. Fine. Well, there are also people who can be looking right at a white supremacist group standing on the steps of a Capitol building. Well, they ain't racist. They just trying to protect their race. There are people who can look at them and not see racism at all. So it works both ways. Some people see racism in everything. Some people will deny racism when it's staring them flat in the face. We've seen it on all of these lives and things like that. Stuff that is clearly racist, and people coming up with all kinds of excuses for why it's not. Such as the Confederacy is about pride and heritage is a perfect example. I think everybody knows damn well that if the Confederates had won the Civil War, they didn't have anything good in store for people of color. Pride and heritage, right? Okay. So, or phrases like the South will rise again. What the hell does that supposed to mean? What does it mean to have a Confederate flag with the words "the South will rise again"? Oh, that ain't racist at all. There are people who will not see racism in anything. Just deny, 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 even when it's flat in front of their face. So, like I said, some people see it in everything, even when it's not there. And some people will deny, 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 and see it in nothing when it's as clear as day. Police is a good example. I don't care how many times you see people of color being involved. Well, look, if they just obeyed the law, or if they just comply, this wouldn't be happening to them. Or as Trump say, well, they shoot more white people than blacks. Deny, deny, deny. If everyone would have the same amount of money, there would be no racism. Money is the problem, only money. That's not true, slants, because blacks rescued Cadillac. Back during the Great Depression, Cadillac was going under. African Americans had been trying to buy Cadillacs for so long. We loved Cadillacs to the point where the few blacks that had money would literally pay white people to go out and buy the car for them because Cadillac wouldn't sell to black people. During the Great Depression, when Cadillac was about to go under, one of their marketing personnel rescinded that racist policy. We need to sell these things or we're going to go under. They started selling to black people. And blacks brought that company back to life. And to this day, blacks still love Cadillacs. You can look it up. You can Google it. But there is a lengthy history going back to the 1920s to the Depression era that connects blacks into Cadillac cars. There's a reason why we like Cadillacs. That was one of the first cars that started selling to us. So when you say everything will be equal if we all had money, not true. There's a lot of places where racists don't care even if you got money. What do you think? We only serve whites in here. That don't mean the black people didn't have money. They don't give a fuck about your money. They don't want you in the restaurant. There's tons of places like that. So even having money is not going to save you if somebody don't like you. You just said that out of your own mouth. If you sit here and play back your voice and listen to what you say. Cal, what did I just say out of my own mouth? Let me know. I didn't say money ain't gonna stop racism. It's just not. I mean, America is quite racist to the Middle East, and there's plenty of money over there. Money ain't gonna stop racism. A lot of it is religious based. A lot of it is based on skin color and other beliefs. Money ain't gonna stop that. So I don't see where you're getting that one from. There's too many examples to show otherwise. Nothing existed in this world. Nothing existed in this world till it was talked about and spread. There is bad people, but giving it attention just spreads hate. I think it's just the opposite, Walter. I don't think any atrocity goes away in silence. I think there's a video that floats around with, I think it's Morgan Freeman. How do you stop racism? Stop talking about it. A lot of folks are playing that video. It sounds like a great video. Maybe we can finally get some of these Negroes to stop talking about racism. Best way to make it go away is to stop talking about it. I don't think there's ever been an atrocity in history where it went away because people stopped talking about it. Fact is, if I'm doing you wrong, that's kind of what I want. I want you to stop talking about it. Because I want to be able to do what I'm doing to you in silence. I don't want to draw attention to what I'm doing to you. If you stop talking about it, you're probably going to prolong it. It's when you talk about it and you draw attention to it and create sympathy for yourself that it causes the person to stop doing it. So, I totally disagree with your statement about, people talking about stuff and talking about it is what ends it. You think the Catholic Church would have stopped abusing kids if people had been silent about it? No, because people were getting something out of the abuse. In the Catholic Church, they were enjoying the sexual interaction. In terms of racism, you're enjoying the position of being on top. And obviously, during the era of slavery, you're making a bunch of money from it. They're not going to stop doing that because people are silent about it. That just encourages it to keep going. That doesn't make sense. I hate being behind drivers with Florida tags. I'm very racist to Floridians. Yikes. Nothing worse than being behind a Cadillac in traffic. Really? I don't know anything about that. And I've owned a few Escalades. I've had what is it, a CTS, I think. I've had a few Cadillacs. And like I said, I like my caddies. I love my caddies. You're telling me by teaching this shit in school to a bunch of kids that don't even see color is productive. You know, if you grow up in school, B&H, and not see color, that's great. But it might be a detriment once you become an adult, because eventually people are going to see color. I mean, especially if you are a person of color. Listen, look, if you're white, you go to school in Idaho, you graduate from school in Idaho, and you plan on living in Idaho, you can afford to not see color. But if you grow up in a diverse environment, people in that environment are going to see color. It is what it is. If you grow up in a major city in America, there's going to be neighborhoods, there's going to be places you go where people clearly see color. So going to school and not being taught that is going to happen, then you're probably going to be susceptible to some real shock when you become an adult. Because in America, people do and always have seen color. Trump, by the way, look at some of the stuff he's taken upon recently. Kyle Rittenhouse got invited to the White House. Daniel Penny is another one, the guy who choked out somebody on the subway. He spoke out on his... Notice he's not speaking out on behalf of anybody African-American like that are involved in those cases. The Capitol Police officer that shot Ashley Babbitt, he should have been a hero. He called him a thug. He spoke out on behalf of Ashley Babbitt. Notice that? So people see color right on up to the White House. I mean, my guess is this whole Carmelo Anthony case, he may get involved, suggesting that Carmelo Anthony should go to prison. He's clearly picking sides, and it ain't the side for the people of color. He's clearly doing it over and over again. So I don't buy into the notion that you should just grow up not seeing color when it's clear we do. I mean, even Obama stated that Trayvon Martin could be his son. He saw color. So, okay, you don't see color in school, fine, but when you become an adult, it's gonna matter. So you can either learn it now, you can learn it then. Jason Gibson, Tim, what countries have you traveled to? Also, what do you think would have happened to slaves if they weren't purchased by Americans? Great question. Jason Gibson, I've lived in Australia, New Zealand, been to the countries that border the United States, been in the various parts of Mexico, been into Western and Eastern Canada, Caribbean. That's probably it. I'm trying to think. That's never been to Europe, never been to Asia, never been to Africa. So yeah, those are the countries for the most part I've been to. And I've been to every state on the on the continent. So I've been to all 48 states. I haven't been to, I've seen Hawaii from the air, and I've never been to Alaska. Those are bucket lists. So in regards to what would have happened to slaves if they were not purchased by Americans, obviously we're just speculating here, Mike. And by the way, thank you for the support, Jason. Thank you for that. My guess is there are some African nations, particularly on the Ivory Coast and Ghana and some of those countries, that would be far more advanced. I mean, we brought those slaves, they brought those slaves here, and they did a hell of a lot to make this country a better nation, whether it is their agricultural contributions. I mean, I believe a black man helped design the White House, the traffic light, all of that stuff a lot of that stuff would have been attributed to African countries. And the money from it and the technology would have benefited those countries. I mean, just think, you're taking manpower from a nation for several generations. That's going to certainly push that nation back, and it's going to propel this nation forward. And not only are you taking the manpower, this isn't like, the best engineers from India come to America to work, or the best doctors from, Germany. No, these people come in and working for free. So it's even more better, because all of that would have went into those African countries that they were taken from. So my guess is some of those countries over there would have been far more advanced. Now I know a lot of folks want to believe that they're all walking around with bones stuck through their noses and they look like the wrestler Kamala with the moon and star. No, there's a lot of civilization over in those countries. And if we had not taken all of that manpower, it's a good chance those countries would have been further developed than they are now. And America would have been less developed than it is now. I mean, we are the great country we are because we took manpower from a lot of places. The Chinese built the railroads, so our railroad system wasn't built by us, it was built by them. I mean, so all of these different entities that came here and was basically forced to either be a slave or receive payments that was equivalent to slave labor, it helped this country out. Very few other countries can say that they used the manpower of so many different groups to make it what it is. So just keep that in consideration the next time you find yourself boasting on how much better America is than other countries. Had a hell of a head start. We get to literally siphon off labor and manpower from all these other places to make you should be better off. You should be a better country. Most other countries didn't do that. Looking in the comments, I knew about racism from an early age, says Bahamian Greek. Yeah. Somebody told me to shut up, monkey boy. Well, that's not racist at all, but fair enough. You just made a black joke and you didn't even realize it was funny. With the bones in the nose comment? I mean, I know that there are people who believe that black people are incapable of being civilized. And the fact that you laughed at it probably means you're one of those people. I mean, I'm just telling you. Culturally, black Americans have really established the American identity. You ever see the miniseries Roots? And I'm bringing this up because you said culturally black Americans have really established the American identity. You ever see the movie Roots where they're beating a slave because he wants to continue using his name as Kunta Kinte? And they're going to beat him until he finally takes upon the slave-given name of Toby. And finally, after just an endless amount of lashings, he says, okay, my name is Toby. Think about that when you say culturally black Americans have really established the American identity. They didn't have a fucking choice. You weren't going to come over here practicing your religion, speaking your language. None of that. You weren't allowed to do anything from back home. You couldn't even talk to the people that you came over here with. So you didn't really have a choice. Either you take upon the American identity or you die. It's as simple as that. So yeah, of course they took upon the American identity. That's the only choice they had. Some people say Bernie and AOC are controlled opposition. And they're really, wait a minute. Some people say that Bernie Sanders and AOC are controlled opposition, and they're only out there when they're out of power. They don't want change. They're a toothless outlet for the liberal outrage. Well, first of all, Bernie Sanders is not going to run for president because he's too fucking old. So out of all of that, you got to give Bernie Sanders credit. Nobody's running for office right now because Trump just got elected. And we know Bernie Sanders is not going to run in 2028 because he's too fucking old. He's doing it solely out of love of the gig. He is doing it because, keep in mind, if Elon Musk or Donald Trump was doing it like that, you would be bragging about how they not taking a salary and they just doing it. Bernie Sanders is doing it like that. AOC, I'm sure she has promotional political aspirations, run for senator, governor. Yeah, she probably will do more. But Bernie Sanders, his career is over with. He can ride the Senate until he passes away or whatever, but he's not going any further than that. So he's doing it truly out of love. And also keep in mind, If there's a politician that's ever been truly consistent in their beliefs, it's Bernie Sanders. He was consistent even when his own party didn't like him. So he really believes what he believes, whether you agree with him or not. He believes that shit. And he's out here talking to crowds that are 30,000 strong. As I stated, if Elon or Trump was, if Elon or Trump or somebody on the right was doing that, you'd be celebrating that shit. Don't change because it happens to be on the other side. He's holding big audiences. Jason Gibson. Tim, please read about slavery, black people who beat them in battle, war, sold them. I wanted to know what would happen to them at that time. Arabs mutilated them so they could not have kids. Well, the notion, first of all, it is a fact that blacks sold other blacks into slavery. But I'm just going to tell it to you like this. When the slave traders showed up with gunpowder and the blacks on their own land had primitive weapons, do you think the blacks that sold their own into slavery had a choice? I've sailed over here. I need 50 slaves. You can either go give me 50 of your own people, or I can go get 49, and guess who will be 50th? It ain't like they didn't have a choice, is the point I'm making. Yeah, there are some blacks who sold blacks into slavery. I don't think they really had a choice. They weren't going to go home empty-handed. Period. When you don't sell it all the way over here, they weren't selling over there to negotiate and possibly leave empty-handed. They were coming home with slaves no matter what was going to happen. If I can get them to take a few shiny things for 50 of their own people, so be it. If not, then I'll shake them with a shiny thing. One way or another, we're getting 50 people. I mean, it's just they didn't have a choice. So there's absolutely blacks who sold other blacks into slavery, but I don't think it was optional. The first legal slave owner in this country was a black man by the name of Anthony Johnson. Not only did he have black slaves, he had white slaves also. You know, I've heard this story before. I don't have a counter for it. I'm not going to say I don't believe it. I'm not going to say I do believe it. But I am going to question why it isn't taught in schools. Listen, we know history in this country, at least certainly going back to that era, but probably well on up to the beginning of my educational years, was not taught to put the black man in a good light. So if blacks were owning slaves and whites were being victimized by blacks in regards to slavery, why ain't that in the history books? That makes no sense. Why would that not? I mean, did a white person not escape? Did a white person that left slavery go on to be some great person? No coverage of this at all in the history books. That's suspect. That's suspect. I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying it's false because I'm going to plead ignorance. I don't know enough to say it's false. I don't know enough to say it's true. But I do question why it's not in the history books. I do question why all of a sudden we damn near had to wait till we were adults to start hearing about the Irish slaves. Every year, St. Patrick's Day, the Irish have no problem celebrating things that are related to their heritage. You don't hear shit about the slavery part of the Irish slaves' ancestry. They just all collectively decided we're not going to talk about our own history, and that makes sense. Is there any other group of people that is known to totally eliminate their own history? It just doesn't, some of it just doesn't make any sense, and it leaves a lot of questions to be answered. Like I say, you hear about the white slaves thing all the time, and my first question is, name a well-known Irish slave. When did they get their freedom? Where were they being held at? I mean, why is this and the only answer I get from folks that bring it, well, they just decided they didn't want to hold themselves back by telling their history, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. But I do question why none of this stuff is in the history books when you take in consideration history was taught by white people. They're the ones that controlled all of educational value or the passing on of history. And yet they decided to conveniently leave out their own history. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. The Irish aren't crybabies. That's stupid. So people who bring up September 11th and say never forget, they're crybabies. That's insane. If an event happened, telling the event doesn't make you a crybaby. To me, it's like you're just making up excuses to make something fit that makes no sense. There's no legitimate reason why the Irish, if they were enslaved, to completely erase their own history. That makes no sense. There would be people who had contributions during that time. There would be songs and wise all of that stuff would be of value to their own ancestry. We don't want to be crybabies, so we're going to just erase a few hundred years of our history. It makes no sense at all. And we're all going to collectively do that together. That makes no sense at all. It's like literally just searching for a reason to make the insane sound somewhat logical. History is taught by Victor. If you were smart enough, you know that. Don't know what that even means. So I'm definitely not smart enough to know that history is taught by the victor. Not true. Not true. Generally, you are correct that history is taught by the victor. Because you say, I like the little bit of the dig at the end. I invite criticism, but Kyle says history is taught by the victor. And if you were smart enough, you would know that. Then how do you explain the Confederate South? They lost, and they're down there teaching their own history. Fact is, Abraham Lincoln and the North, well, once Abraham Lincoln passed away, his process, the guy who his successor got out of the way. Was it Andrew Jackson? Whoever succeeded Abraham Lincoln got out of the way and left them to their own devices in the South. They were losers. And they got to teach the history. And as you may know, the history of the Confederacy has been taught in a positive manner. So that's a clear-cut case of where the victor did not tell history. But as you say, if you were smart, you would know that. Looking in the comments, though, the Asian in this country didn't even complain. They were treated worse than, Tanya and Neil, the Asians in this country received reparations. So when you say they didn't complain, maybe it's because they were paid off. And there are plenty of books written on how the Japanese were thrown in internment camps during World War II and the whole Chinese railroad. There's plenty of places you can find that. But the Japanese were given reparations for what happened to them. So the only way you're going to get reparations is by complaining. I'm certain the white guy didn't just feel sympathy for what he did and say, well, here's some money. So they clearly complained. It just happened to result in success, which is why you're not hearing it as much anymore. And by the way, there's far less Japanese and Asians in this country than there are people of color. And they don't seem to be suggesting that they're still encountering racism like the people of color do, like the African American community does. African nations had slaves and traded them to Europeans. They had a choice, because they also traded things other than slaves. That means war, maybe. Like I said, it's possible. So let me just say this in regards to the slave trade expanding outside of the United States. I don't know what relevance it has in this country. When you start talking about the American slave trade, for some reason, the conversation always zooms out to slavery happening in other countries. Well, we weren't the first people to be slaves. They were slaves in Egypt. When we talk about 9/11 or we talk about the bombing of Pearl Harbor, we don't start diverting the conversation to bombings that happen elsewhere. I don't know why it is, but for some reason, when you discuss the atrocities that African Americans faced, people start throwing all kinds of other shit into the pot like it's a stew, so that you can't just simply discuss the African slave trade in America. Now we're talking about what happened in Yemen. And that ain't part of the conversation. like I said, can you imagine being at a memorial for September 11th and all of a sudden they're talking about a bombing in Libya? It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Yeah, there were terrorist bombings before September 11th. We get it. Can you imagine a Muslim walking? Well, this ain't the first time this happened. I mean, that ain't what's going on right now. The zooming out of the conversation, in my opinion, is to dilute it. No, other people did it too. That ain't part of the conversation. Why is it coming up? Because right now people are talking about slaves being sold to Europeans. Ain't got nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. In general, slavery is something what should not exist. That should not exist, but we have modern slavery. Well, the for-profit is modern slavery. What's happening to that gentleman that the Trump administration just sent down to El Salvador could be slavery, because he's not going to get paid any money. They could make him work for free. I mean, when you're incarcerated in America, you essentially work essentially for free. I mean, they're going to pay you a nickel an hour or whatever the hell they pay you when you're incarcerated. And if you owe any money at all, I think even some areas are starting to now make the inmates pay for their incarceration. So you pretty much are working for free. So yeah, there is some forms of slavery that still exist. And all it takes is just to make up some kind of bullshit reason to get you in the penal system, and then you're a slave. That's kind of what happened after slavery ended. Once the Southern whites lost their slaves, they complained, and they had laws passed that made it pretty easy to lock up a black person. Like not having a job, you could get locked up for loitering. Once you got locked up for loitering, the former slave owners, because slavery was outlawed, the former slave owner could then rent you from the prison. So you pay a small amount of money, get your ass out of prison, and you're right back on the farm working again. They just found a way around it to do the same thing without cost. So yes, slavery has always existed to some degree. That's not true. The U.S. paid the Japanese for being illegally incarcerated. Well, I said reparations. That's what I'm talking about. They paid them for putting them in internment camps. Reparations. There are more slaves today than ever in history. Didn't know that. Well, the population of the planet is greater, but I didn't know that. They are afraid that we will do the same thing that they did to us, point blank. I do believe there's a healthy amount of that. I mean, replacement theory is all about that. I do believe there's a lot of folks that believe that if the country was maintained by a majority, people of color became the majority, that they would, I think there is a reason to believe that. Look what's happening in South Africa. They've kind of started oppressing whites in return for what they did to them. There is a population of African Americans that, if we were on top, would return the favor. I mean, there is a reason to be fearful of that. There are some people who would do it, guaranteed. Just like there's some whites in this country that would quickly love to go back into slavery and have that power over blacks. They are just cruel people among us of all types. Will G says, these maggots are crazy. I'm probably up past my bedtime chatting with you folks, but it's always a pleasure doing it. I'm reading some of your questions though. Includes, thank God you were honest and said you didn't even know there's more. Chinese enslaved campus, and there's more enslaved humans right now than any time in history, and it's mainly in China. Yeah. I mean, the whole child labor shit could be considered slavery. I mean, just the population of Earth has increased, so that could have something to do with it. But yeah, I don't know if there's more slaves now than then. I mean, when you really think of it, the amount of slaves in America, the number is small. I mean, at any given time, there's probably maybe 1 million. At any given time, at any given time, there's probably barely 1 million living slaves in America. So, yeah, it's not a big number, but what happened. It's part of this country's history. And when discussing this country, the conversation is focused on this country. Bringing up what happened in Europe somewhere is not part of this country's history. At least from that aspect. Generational trauma is real. I think white people who are mad about how much we talk about slavery, why are they mad? Because it doesn't make them look good. Starch Manning, because it doesn't make them look good. Now I get there's a whole lot of people who are unapologetically white. I didn't have nothing to do with it, so I don't have any reason to feel sorry for it. Yeah, but your kid may ask you about it and stuff like that. I mean, the history books portray, if the history books are accurate, it's going to portray white people as some of the most evil people on the planet. I mean, we can bring up blacks and gang banging and all that stuff. That stuff is, in terms of American history, because remember, everybody say, when you see a violent act committed, when you see black people stealing shit from a CVS or doing drive-bys, it's in their culture. It's always the usual suspects. Well, if you really look at American history, unless you ignore most of it, you'd have to assume the opposite is true, because you're not going to take into account all of the abuse and rapes and lynchings. I mean, the culture is really on the other side, because it was actually written in the law that they could do that you could do all this stuff and get away with it. So it's in their culture. Like, do you know history to say that? I mean, if you want to expand and start talking about things that didn't just happen in America, fact is, Europeans went all over the country went all over the planet doing that to people. I mean, how do you think, some of these other places, there's a reason why English, Spanish, and French is spoken everywhere, because they were going all over the planet doing the same shit to other people. So it's in their culture. It's the usual suspects. But you only seem to say that when somebody's stealing pencils out of a Coach store. Africans putting other Africans into slavery was a tribal thing. They were POWs. Europeans did it purely because of color. Could be. Like I said, I'm going to plead ignorance on all of the slave trade that happened outside of the United States. I know a lot of times it's brought in just for diversion, to take the heat off, but it is what it is. Like I said, we don't zoom out when we're discussing any other issue. But for some reason, when you start talking about the history of black people, all kinds of other shit come into the mix. I don't know why. That's the same story of Christianity, says Big Dog. Yeah, you all sold yourselves. Let's talk about that. I don't know if that dilutes the conversation at all. Let's say you go to Cambodia and a mom sells you her toddler to have your way with the toddler. And when you get back to the United States, people are talking about how much of a sick fuck you are. Does bringing up the fact that the mom sold a kid to you make you look any better at all? I mean, owning human beings is wrong. Bringing up, he sold them to me. And also let me keep this in mind as well. Because people often ask, why do whites get more blame for slavery when there were blacks that sold their people into slavery, which is what's being mentioned here? Here's the point. You go to Africa and you purchase me. You get one guy. You bring me to America. You force me to mate. You force my kids to mate. You force my grandkids to mate. And you're taking all of them people. He sold you one dude. You enslaved a whole family tree. That, for folks who wonder, why do black, because he sold you one. You've been abusing dozens of people off of that. That's why it's a big difference. It's a major difference. Major difference. So, look, I'm not going to say that there weren't some, I don't disagree that there's some blacks that sold their people into slavery. But you're buying one person. And you're turning that one person into a whole family tree of slaves and expecting to get the same criticism as the dude who sold you one. Not gonna work like that. It's not gonna work. You mean you're still producing slaves from this guy's purchase 100 years later and you expect to get treated like him? No. You get a whole family tree under your umbrella of abuse. That was one dude he sold you. It's a big difference. Live in the now, says Ben H. What does live in the now have to do with this? If I was to talk about taking away your Second Amendment rights, what would be one of the first things you'd bring up? Tyranny. Live in the now. Tyranny hasn't happened anytime recently. Well, all of a sudden, when African Americans talk about history, you need to live in the now. Nobody else does it. Do you go tell the Irish that are celebrating St. Patrick's Day to live in the now? Easter's coming up. Jesus ain't rose in a long fucking time. Go tell some Christians, live in the now. Why all of a sudden when it comes up with African Americans, does suddenly history become irrelevant and they need to stop talking about it? This is the whole notion of trying to cut off people's history. Live in the now. Everybody else is walking around you talking about their history and you told to shut the fuck up because your history sucks. Do you tell the folks that are defending Confederate statues and waving the Confederate flag, live in the now? That's just 200-300 years ago. Why are you still waving the flag around? That's hundreds of years. No, you defend that. What's really crazy is the same folks that'll tell the African American community to get over their ancestry are the same folks that would support the Confederate flag and the Confederacy as if those two events didn't happen at the same time. How do I look having somebody waving the Confederate flag telling me I need to get in the now? You do realize the flag you are waving existed at the same time the stuff you're telling me to get over. They literally were existing at the same time. How do you get to wave that in regards to your ancestors? Remember, pride and heritage, but you're telling me to shut the fuck up about mine. Make that make sense. I mean, it would just be easier to come out and say, I wish black people would just totally forget anything about their history and let us talk about ours. If you're okay with people waving the Confederate flag around, you have no business telling African Americans they need to get over their history or get over slavery. Those two events happen literally simultaneously. If you defend the Confederate flag, then you need to defend conversation regarding slavery. They happen together, and in fact, the people waving the flag were fighting to extend the period of time slavery took place. Just come out and admit the bias. Be easier. Wanted to respond to a super chat. Will G says, think about how Europeans went all over the planet for spices and yet still couldn't season any food or wash their behind properly. I don't want to touch that. Well, the spices thing, because obviously a lot of folks suggest that whites can't season their food. Now, I don't believe that. Anthony Bourdain is a good cook. I don't believe that white people can't season their food, but I will say that this is speculation. I'm just making this up, at least from what I think. Maybe I'm wrong, who knows? But I believe that African Americans are good at seasoning food because they had to make garbage become edible. The slave masters were giving them all of the shit they didn't want. Pig intestines like chitlins and stuff. Well, the only way you're going to make that shit edible is to learn how to season it, right? You know, chicken feet, all of this really nasty tasting shit. So, I mean, you can grill a chicken with no seasoning at all, and a chicken leg is going to taste decent with zero seasoning. You're not going to make chitlins taste good with no seasoning. Might not even be to make them taste good with seasoning. But the point I'm making is I believe that's kind of what that may have came from, is you had to make garbage taste appetizing. So got good at seasoning. It's the truth. Look it up. African tribes were warring against each other, just like how European countries were. Whoever won got the spoils. White people, as usual, just cannot fathom Africans being civil. You raise an interesting point because people are pointing out that blacks sold other blacks into slavery, and I brought up why is it not in the history books. Your point may have something to do with it. If you are painting African Americans as, uncivilized, incapable of leadership, then you're not going to want to tell somebody there's a Negro down the street that's running a whole farm full of Negroes and making money, because it doesn't paint him in the light of being a bumbling buffoon, with only animalistic intelligence that you're telling people. So it could be based on that. I mean, you raise an interesting point. I mean, you're painting these people to be one step above a chimpanzee. They don't have, 3/5 of a human, all this other crazy shit. They don't have the ability to be leaders and all of that. But yet this guy is purchasing and selling slaves and maintaining his own farm and doing it, productively. You can't really go around telling people that because it goes against the narrative that they aren't capable of that. So there could be some validity to that. I will literally pay you if I have to just to debate you live. Kyle, you don't have to pay me anything. If you want to, donate to the program, I would appreciate that. But all you got to do is come on TikTok or Instagram Live anytime I'm on, and I'll bring you up first. If you use the same name, Kyle Wade, on TikTok or on Instagram, I'll bring you up live. I do appreciate the folks who support the program. That's what pays for all of the cameras and me. Damn, I'm having a bite moment. For me to be able to do this shit. But you don't have to. I'll bring you up, Kyle Wade. You can debate me. And let me make it clear, folks. While I talk to the audience and I enjoy speaking to folks on all sides of the aisle, what do I say all the time? I am 100% MAGA friendly. Understand that. I debate with the folks, but I don't ever want you to ever walk away thinking that I'm portraying myself as a know-it-all. A lot of shit I learned on the program. A lot of people correct me. So Kyle, if you come over and correct me, not only will I invite you on, but I'll even concede the point. If you're making points, now I don't feel like you're going to do that. I probably will show you more than you're expecting. But if you come on and you show me up, hey, I'll even admit, look, you show me up. That's how the program works here. There is no know-it-alls on this program. Let's talk about cooking chicken. Fuck politics. Let's talk about Tartarians. This is a political show. Anyway, I guess it's about time for me to go ahead and call it a night. There was over 1,800 black families that owned slaves. And like I said, Graham Brothers, if that's true, then there has to be an explanation for why that was not included in the history books. And the only explanation I can come up with, because all the history books were written by white people for at least the first 200 years. They even controlled what was being taught in black schools too. So the only way that would not be taught is they did not want to let people know that blacks were actually capable of running their own businesses. They didn't want people to know that. So that's the only reason. If they're owning all these, none of it made it into the history books. There's a reason why, and they weren't doing it to make blacks look better. They were doing it to make them look worse. 1,800 people bought and freed their relatives, maybe. Whatever the case may be, if blacks were successfully owning slaves and running plantations, they got completely omitted from history is the point I'm making. You can still do tours of plantations throughout this country. I've been on a plantation in the Nashville area. I think I went to one in near New Orleans down there. There are plenty of existing plantations you can still take tours. I have never heard of a plantation that was owned by a black person. And I'll tell you, the black community would certainly use that if it existed. So yeah, my guess is if what you're saying is true, I have a hard time believing it, but I'm not going to say, because like I said, I'm ignorant. I don't know. You could be right. But if blacks were owning all of those slaves like you guys are indicating, then yeah, they didn't want people to know that blacks were capable of owning their own shit and running it. So still, you're teaching history essentially based on white supremacy. You don't want to admit that these people are just as intelligent and capable as whites. It should have been in the history books. It should have been in the history books. Hell yeah, they should have. Hell yeah, they should wave that flag all day, or they should wave that flag all day. Confederate flag, the Black Lives Matter flag, the gay flag. They should wave whatever flag they want. Okay. Do you think black males dislike a white man married to a black woman interdimensional? I mean, interracial marriage? I think there are people. Yeah, there are plenty of. There are people who don't like interracial marriage on both sides of the aisle, on all sides of the aisle. There are Hispanics that don't want their children to marry anything but a Hispanic. There are blacks and whites. Yeah, that's everywhere. Always has been, always will be. So yeah, I do think that exists. Some have suggested that under Trump, it wouldn't shock us if he tried to outlaw it or tried to limit it in some way, fashion, or form. I know right now it's going to come across as liberal fear mongering, but man, he's moving quick. Some of the things Trump is doing, there's no way in hell I would have ever thought he would have tried it. He's moving quick. Will he try to, outlaw interracial marriage? Hopefully not, but he's doing a lot of things. I mean, certainly some of the things about Black history, just getting rid of it. I mean, everybody in position of management that's Black is a DEI. Like, I mean, it almost is starting to sound like Black people are incapable of doing anything. Anytime a Black person does something wrong or they don't like them, they're yelling DEI. I don't care how much merit or what kind of resume the guy got. They're calling everybody DEI at this point. So I don't know. Anyway, I do appreciate you folks tuning in. I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. Thank you and by the way, we don't have to agree on shit, because I do believe in allowing you to speak, up to and including criticizing me, as you may have seen throughout the program. So if you enjoy dialogue from all sides of the aisle, where you can speak your mind, the host doesn't run from you, the host doesn't dictate how you should speak, then damn it, you're in the right place. Give your boy a subscription. If you're on TikTok or you're on Instagram or Clapper when we're live like now, follow the program, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're on Monday through Friday, by the way, for any new followers. Subscribe to the damn program. Catch you tomorrow. Have a good night.